What do you go by, Crash or Travis?
I'm Crash.
Yeah, so on
It
this
doesn't
show,
matter.
you're
I'll-
Crash.
I'll-
And
I'll answer to
Yeah, you
either.
can just call me Buff. Call me Buff is good.
what is yours?
Just Buff.
Boff?
Buff.
Buff.
Buff. Oh,
Yeah,
BuffNerd
yeah.
Gaming.
Boff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buff.
Don't do
Oh, I
Buff.
saw that
Don't
in
do
the
Buff.
tag. I saw that in the tag. Yeah.
Am I getting
Okay.
feedback from you, Buff? Are you playing it?
No, we're good.
Okay.
I hope we're good. Chat will let us know. I think we're live. Let's do it.
It's me. Yeah, what's up, everybody? We're live. Sorry, whatever. Yeah. So yeah, what's going on, everybody? Episode 33 of The Scope. There's probably some new folks in here, so I'm gonna have a couple housekeeping. Is it house cleaning or housekeeping? Whatever. I'm gonna tell you a few things. How the show works. Generally, we try to do this every week. This is a very special show. I don't want to waste a lot of time and get into everything. But how the show works is the chat is on the screen for you guys to be a part of the show. Don't be toxic today. We'll ignore you and you'll eventually get your ass banned. So, but yeah, the chat is on the screen because I care. We care what you guys have to say. So when people go back to watch the VOD, you guys are part of the conversation. So we love to hear from you. Chat is awesome each and every week. This show is a podcast for some reason. There's like one person that downloads it, so shout out to the podcast listeners. Sorry, there's going to be some cool stuff on the screen today, and you're not going to be able to see it, Mr. Podcast listener. But hey, he downloaded it like 30 times last week, he or she, so I appreciate that. But yeah, we're broadcasting live. I think this thing's going to Twitter. I think it's going to Twitch, YouTube. I think it's even on my Facebook gaming page. Like, we're on more channels than the Super Bowl. So
That's impressive.
I mean, it's a
That's
big deal.
That's
So yeah, and I guess Buff's here, I'm here, but most notably, we are joined by former EA developer, and currently he's working on some stuff that is incredible. Jim Hejl, dude, thank you so much for being here. How's it going?
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
appreciate
we
the
appreciate
invite, and really looking forward to it. And it's just fun doing it live too, right? Like all the ones that I've done before have been like this huge delay. You know what I mean? Like we record and then like 4 weeks later something comes out, you know? And I don't even remember like what we talked about or anything. And so yeah, this has like a whole different vibe, live chat, you know, live. I like it. Like it's like the format. It's cool.
No, it's gonna be great. I'm like incredibly excited to have you on. I couldn't honestly. I'm gonna be honest. I couldn't believe you agreed to it. I was so excited.
Why do you say that?
I don't know, cause like, and that's one of the like big things that I definitely want to talk about is like, I feel like there's a little bit of standoffishness between like gamers and developers, kind of, and for good reason. The internet will internet. The internet's going to do internet things, and I totally get it. But, yeah, I don't know.
Standoffish. That's awful.
The show's
terrible.
Well,
no, that's not true at all. Not true at all.
Okay, because
I'll tell you what got me. I'm not gonna like embarrass you by like reading our whole like DM thing or whatever, but like when Crash was inviting me, he said, "Goal of discussion: bridge the knowledge gap between dev and gamers. A forum on the challenges associated with, dev, game development." And I've noticed, like in my years of doing this, I've noticed that a lot of times the people that are the most passionate about like are vocal, the people that post the most, the people that do the most, have the biggest channels, the people, all that, tend to be really, really interested in how this stuff actually gets done, right? Like they really want the behind the scenes stuff. And it's like, I saw that, and then I went to his actual Twitter stream, and I like scrolled like one down, and there was that like behind the scenes Call of Duty tweet about how they do all the sounds, like how they capture all the sounds in Call of Duty, right? And I was like, okay, yeah, totally, I get it. These guys are just like really interested in like actually what goes on behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Like because the world of game dev, and I'm just gonna say it out loud. The world of game dev is like just really opaque. You know what I mean? It's like really, really hidden. Like, and I don't know why that is. I don't know. Like, I don't fully understand the culture because it's totally not just us, right? So I say us. I'm not there anymore, right? But like, it wasn't an EA thing. You don't get to see inside Ubisoft. You don't get to see inside Rockstar. You don't get to see inside Riot. You know what I mean? Like for the most part, right? Like that's kind of how it is. And then they just throw something over the wall, right, when it gets released, and it shows up or whatever. And some places will have like a little dev blog or something like that. And to be honest, like a lot of that is like comms managed and PR managed and stuff like that. And I know you can tell when you read it. You know what I mean? You kind of read it and you're like, this sounds a little corporate-y. Like, I don't feel like this is like, everyone knows what real Candid looks like. You know what I mean? And Crash, you used that word, when you saw the Draw Call podcast. You're like, they had this dude on here and he was just like really candid.
It caught me off guard.
Like, the whole time he was like really candid. And so people know what it is when they see it, right? You can't fake it. And there's not a lot of it, right, in game development. And there's like kind of some reasons like for that, like at least on the personal like dev side. I'm not talking about corporate side, just like on the personal dev side, it's like you want to like explain or like communicate what it's actually like, right, day to day. Like it's like what it's like on the field, right? Like what it's actually actually do the the make the thing for 9 months of your life. You want to talk about that, right? And the only way to do that is via examples, and talking about like, well, like you have this thing and this like illustrates my point or whatever. And so like on the Draw Call podcast, I was talking about the little indicator things that show up above the tanks in Battlefield or something like that. Just because it's so illustrative, you know what I mean? Everybody understands that. Everybody knows what the indicator is. Everybody knows that it hovers above the tank. And then the fact that it was a performance problem was really interesting, right? Like that's kind of like one of the things that is like was a development challenge that I actually kind of like ran into. And it's just illustrative, right? And that's kind of what I wanted to get across. There's tons of things like that, right? So like on every game, no matter where you are, it could be Need for Speed, it could be Skate, it could be, it doesn't really matter. Things like that come up, and it's like the most unexpected things, or like things that seem like minor things turn out to be major things, right? In all different kinds of ways, and that's kind of what the point I was trying to illustrate, right? And the like unfortunate part of all that is that like the poor people that work on UI at DICE or whatever are just like, dude, why? You know what I mean? Like, why are you calling us out like this? And and you just can't escape any of that. You know what I mean? It's like I can't like deliver anything good without actually giving you an example, and I can't give you an example without just crushing somebody somewhere. You know what I mean? Some developer somewhere is probably like, that was a bug. That wasn't even like, you know what I mean? Like a big thing, and it wasn't anyone's fault and all this stuff like that, which is all true, by the way, right? So like there wasn't anything like, there's not something like all wrong with Frostbite and the way that it does UI or whatever. This is just a really specific thing. And like to take that one even further, the reason it was a problem is because their UI tool was so powerful that it allowed them to do real-time glows. You know how they glow, right? In Battlefield, right? You can picture that, right? It allowed them to do not a faked glow, like where they do it in Photoshop and they, do the glow of the text and then they put it behind the text like a comp thing, It was actually glowing. Like the text was actually like at runtime, the GPU was actually like doing that, like bloom, we call it, right? So we call it bloom. Yeah. And so it's actually doing bloom on the text. And that's super expensive. You know what I mean? Like that's crazy expensive stuff to be doing. And when you like on text, right?
When you say expensive, you mean like with resources of the computer,
time.
right?
Yeah. Okay. GPU time. Yeah. Sorry. So like we have this fixed GPU budget, right? And it's 16.6 milliseconds if you're running 60 hertz. And so if something takes a fraction of a millisecond or a whole millisecond or 2 milliseconds or something like that, that's what we call expensive, right? Our time, our time is our currency in development land, right? Yeah. So it takes a lot of the frame budget, and so the story is that the UI tool was actually really powerful, and it allowed them to do some really advanced VFX and stuff like that. and the artists, of course, use it, right? And they make really beautiful looking text on the screen and all that kind of stuff, which of course is not part of the original story. You know what I mean? It wasn't like they made this amazing text that had like real time glowing, and that wasn't the point of the story. The point of the story was how expensive it was relative to the vehicle, right? And then everybody goes like with these weird conclusions about it. And so you just have to be careful with the context,
Yeah.
And so now I pulled back on that one. And so whatever story I tell in your podcast is like gonna get me like all in trouble again. So
Well,
I kind of want to say that as a general disclaimer, right?
No, I think it's important to preface it.
The disclaimer is that game dev is really hard, and it's hard for all these reasons that you kind of like can't anticipate, you know what I mean? And then you get really jammed up by them, especially because of the fact we're on a schedule, right? And imagine what you're doing is already really hard and really big. You know how big the map was and how many, all that stuff that they were going for anyway. Then you get jammed up by this other problem, right? And UI is not what I'm talking about in specific. Just these random things will come in from the side, and you have to like kind of deal with them. And that's just the reality of game development. That's the point I was trying to like really illustrate. And that is not Battlefield specific. I got a million Madden stories like that. I got Need for Speed stories like that. It's like, that's a story of game development. Does that make sense? Right.
Yeah.
I'm telling game development stories. And unfortunately, no matter what I do, somebody's going to take it and it'll be a headline somewhere. Right. It'll be like, it was the UI. That's what brought down Battlefield, performance or something like that.
Right.
And in that particular case, no, not at all. They actually got that all in ship shape before launch or anything like that. So like that was just like an illustrative story about like kind of like what it's like to be behind the scenes. And the other part that I was explaining is just why we stay quiet as developers, right?
Yeah.
Is because it's complex to be able to kind of tell the war stories, right? And just have everybody kind of understand that in the right context. And the truth of the matter is, again, not Battlefield specific at all. I've been on all kinds of titles, and especially like, when you've been on them for a long time, like a better part of a year or something like that, you lose all kind of perspective on, how it looks and if it's fun and if it's good. You got to understand that. Like any creative
you're
thing,
in the weeds with what you're doing.
Once you're in the weeds, you lose it, right?
Yeah.
You lose all. Yeah, right. So I'm consulting with another company. It's BioShock 4. I'll just go ahead, like say what it is. So I'm consulting a little bit with the BioShock 4, and it was really interesting. Like when I had a meeting with their creative team, they showed me this pitch trailer and a whole bunch of assets and some real gameplay stuff, and they were like, "Is it terrible? Does it all suck?" And I was like, "No, it's really, really, really impressive." You know what I mean? Like, so as the first time, like, onlooker or whatever, I was like geeking out over like everything they were showing me. And my point is, they were clueless. You know what I mean? Because they're in the weeds, right? Of whatever it is they're building, and so that's what it feels like. And everything's like that. And so we're like kind of the worst to talk to, you know what I mean? Like in the end, because like we've lost all perspective. I mean, by the time that thing is shipped, I mean, we've lost everything, right? It would be like if we went somewhere for dinner or something like that, right? And there's like a whole packed dining room out there, and then we got this whole team in the kitchen, and we're just jamming in the kitchen, and we're just jamming, and we're jamming and jamming and jamming and jamming, and we start sending the stuff out, right? The expo is just like table 1, table 2, table 3, and it's all going out, it's all going out, it's all going out, and then somebody comes back in the kitchen like half an hour later, and it's like, "What happened with the food? Why does everybody hate the food?" And you're like, "I don't know." Like, we were just jamming out as hard as we could. Like
just doing your jobs. That's all.
Go ask them. I don't know what the hell happened out there. So like we have a weird relationship with the audience like that. You know, like we do the best thing that we think we can, and then we put it out there. And it's like putting on a play, or it's like anything else. You find out. You know what I mean? It's like if you're a stand-up comic, you find out that you get the feedback. They either laugh or they don't. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you're like, why didn't this joke land? Why, you know, why is it silent in here? Why is it so weird? And who knows? You know what I mean? Who knows? I heard Louis C.K. say this one time, that he loves going to stand-up and watching it happen. Maybe Seinfeld said this. Because he likes to watch the process. He said, I'm not there to see the comic. I don't care about him. He was like, I like to see the dynamic of the audience that shows up and then how all that works out. Because you never know who's going to show up, and you never know if you're going to get that audience. You know what I mean? Like the audience will turn on you, or the audience, or you got them, you know, and you're killing, and you're killing, and you're killing, and you're killing. And then the same material a different night doesn't kill. You know what I mean? And you're like, what happened? What changed? And I don't want this to sound all abstract or anything. I'm literally talking about game development, right? Like it's the same thing. We put together what we think is killer material. That's what we do. That's what we do as game developers, right? And then we put it out there, and everybody votes. You know what I mean? And it's like this gladiator match, and everybody's like, you know what I mean? And I've been on teams where like literally all the thumbs are up. Like in the heyday of Madden, like the old school Madden, like the early days of Madden, people were just unanimous that like PS2 Madden was fantastic, right? And so I've experienced that. And then I've experienced other ones where everybody decided differently. You know what I mean? And then I've had ones where it was like a lot more mixed, where you had some like a lot of division between the audience, where some liked the new direction and some didn't like the new direction. I saw that a lot on Need for Speed. And so, because that project has changed directions like multiple times.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like some people love the new thing. It's like, oh, that's like the coolest new direction for Need for Speed. And then other people are like, no, that's not. Like, it's not a cool new direction. And so there's danger to doing that, right? There's danger to, we're going to go and do something really different creatively tonight. You know what I mean? Like, again, back to my stand-up. Tonight, I'm going to do all new material. You know what I mean? Like, forget everything I did last night. Tonight's all new material. That's so dangerous, right? And then if you scale it too far back, then you get people that are like, well, you just shipped the same game you shipped last year, and you changed like 4 things. We get that whole thing, right?
Yeah,
and
like
so,
with the Maddens and the FIFAs that have the yearly titles.
Yeah, all you did is change the number and change it. And the funny thing is, the people that are really into Madden are like, whoa, it's completely different. Everything's different. You know what I mean? Like the people that really play are like, whoa, it's totally different. And so it's all in these like subtleties and little fixes and quality of life, and you know how that's, you know, But from like the long view, they're like, well, you just changed the year, you know what I mean, or whatever. And,
we've talked about that quite a bit, where it's like it has to be such a fine line. I mean, exactly what you said. You have to innovate enough to people to be happy and feel like you did stuff, but you can't lose the identity of the game.
Yeah,
it's
you have to risk something creatively in order to hit anything close to a home run. You know what I mean? You got to put yourself at risk. Right. If you're gonna hit a home run, it's got to be at risk. I mean, there's no such thing as we were really conservative and we went out there and we just killed it. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how nothing in entertainment works like that, right? So think of movies or something like that, and you're like, okay, that movie really took a risk, you know, took a risk, and it totally worked, you know. And you can think of in your head of your own examples, right, of that. And then you can think of movies where they took a risk and it didn't work at all, right? Like, I'll give you a real example because I've told you I'm like addicted to real examples. One of my like favorite, Crash and I were talking about this earlier. Like, we both have some background in like video work, and I did video editing at an ad agency. And one of the things I got exposed to was the director's what we call reels. So like a director will have like all their work on a reel. It's kind of like a visual resume, right? And one of those directors that was doing commercials back then, by the way, was David Fincher. And another one was a guy by the name of Alex Proyas. Alex Proyas went from directing commercials to getting a movie like it's low budget, a little bit low budget, and he did a movie called Dark City. Have you guys ever heard of that by any chance?
I haven't.
It doesn't really matter. It was like kind of came out like a little bit before The Matrix, and he's a Australian filmmaker, and it's sci-fi, and it's really mind-bending, and it's awesome. So I'm a huge fan. Like, I really love Dark City, and I'm like, this guy's a genius. This guy's like so good, So like his commercials were also awesome too. And I was like, clearly, when I saw his commercials, I was like, I knew that he was going to do big things. And then he comes out with Dark City. Such an interesting movie, and you'll see if you do any research on it.
I do remember these commercials way back when. Yeah, I just googled it on my screen. I remember seeing this. Yeah.
So it's a risk, right? So creatively, it's a huge risk. I don't want to give you anything away about the movie, by the way, but like creatively, it's really a risk. And if the more you know about the filmmaking and stuff like that, when you watch it, you'll understand. Like, this is really risky creatively, right? And I thought he was just a complete genius. And the most recent thing he did is Gods of Egypt, which is the worst CGI cluster of a movie that you could, you know what I mean?
Not the best reviews, yeah.
It's so bad. Oh, you can watch it. It's so bad, right? Yeah. And that to me is interesting, right? That it's like, wait a second. Alex Proyas, the commercial guy I knew, Alex Proyas, the Dark City guy that I knew, and then Alex Proyas, Gods of Egypt. You know what I mean? Like, what happened? And I got so interested that I went down this like rabbit hole of Googling everything that he would like, every podcast like this, right? Like every podcast that he went on, like anyone that he'd give an interview to, I went and watched it, And somebody finally asked, they're like, what was the deal with, Gods of Egypt? And he said, like, the thing is with Dark City, it was like a $15 million film. I controlled everything. If I didn't like something the way that in the background looked, I'd go back there and I'd paint on it a little bit, or I'd move a light or something like that. Like he literally crafted the movie, right? And like that's how he made the movie. And he said with Gods of Egypt is like this $100 million thing, and he's like, I didn't control anything.
Studio interference, right?
Yeah. Creatively, it was like a group of people in a room decided what was going to happen with the movie. And he's like, I don't even know why they called me director. This is what he's saying in the interview, okay? Yeah. And he's like, I feel like I contributed almost nothing to like what ended up on the screen. I was just the guy there with the megaphone, kind of like running the logistics.
Like the figurehead.
Yeah, and he goes, I can't handle a $100 million project. I can't make it all happen, right? And he said, it was kind of cool. He said some people figured it out. He's like, Christopher Nolan seems like he's got it down. Like it still comes out like an art movie, yet it's got this giant budget, right? And he's like, I can't do that. He's like, I got to go back to do a $15 million movie. That's all. That's like when I can craft every little thing. That's where I'm comfortable, and that's where I can make a good movie. And I can't do the other thing. And big entertainment is like that. And I was like, okay, this guy like really knows what he's, you know what I mean? Like he's really on to something here. And this same goes for gaming, right? You can have like somebody there that just turns this huge budget thing into something that feels really crafted, you know what I mean? And like you can feel the heart and soul of it, and it feels like when you're in that world that you're like really in another place. And like that kind of entertainment is like you can't even put a price on it, right? So for me, Dark Souls was like that. Like I like got into that, and I was just like, I don't even know how to express the value of it to me, like whatever it costs, right? $70 or something like that.
Right.
But like for an expansion pack that would make more universe, like more to explore, right? More, I would, it's like, I'd give you $1,000. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like whatever what do you want? And so this whole thing about like, you guys haven't even asked the question. I'm bringing up the hard stuff. But this whole thing about like microtransactions and stuff like that. It's like, well, it depends on the value that you're getting. You know what I mean? As a user, right? And whether or not that feels like you're winning on value, you know, or they are. You know what I mean? By they got my money and they won, or I got more Dark Souls and I won. You know what I mean? Like, because it's probably $20, right? For more Dark Souls, right? And so I get more Dark Souls and I put another 80 hours into that game, and it's like I win on that transaction. I got a huge amount of entertainment that is really impactful to me.
Right.
And so it's like, I'll take that deal all day. And then there's the other side where you wish you didn't do it. You know what I mean? You buy the thing or unlock the thing or buy the expansion or whatever the thing is. And you're just like, I shouldn't have done it. Like,
pre-orders.
They got my money. They got my money. Pre-orders are a great example of that. That's a version of this. You know what I mean? It's just like, you're like kind of like going like, yeah, for sure. Cause you're having like, you're buying like an imagined experience. You know what I mean? Like you're buying like, you're buying what you think it'll probably be. And then like whatever shows up, if it doesn't line up with what you expected, right. Then it's just so painful, you know. And I honestly liked our industry like a little bit better back in the old school. Like, I hate saying like things were all better in the old days, right? Because they weren't.
The DLC days, though, right?
But this one thing was like, you know, like when we sold a Madden, we literally had to press bits onto an optical disc, and that's what you bought. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it had to be done.
Yeah, it had to be it, right? And so if there was a bug in there, or we let some kind of like money play get through, or some kind of glitch or whatever, well, you bought the glitch. You know what I mean? And so warts and all, whatever it was, that's what you were paying for, you know? And the whole industry, like nobody in particular, the whole industry now is like, like some weird version of Kickstarter, or like you're buying a beta, or you know what I mean, that kind of stuff.
100%.
And because they want it in customers' hands. And by the way, it's not specifically always for monetary reasons. Sometimes they want feedback and stuff like that, legitimately, right? Like they like we need like. They don't want to be stuck in the kitchen. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes, imagine back to my food thing, right? You want to like go out there and just like kind of one table be like, guys, do you like this? Like, is this like an appetizer, like going the right direction? Are we like, is it, you know, like you want to find out if you're even on the map or not. You know what I mean?
Before you mass produce everything and everyone's disappointed.
You don't want to get to the end and then like,
figure it out.
What we did in the old days, which is like commit to bits. You know what I mean? Like you didn't want it. You don't want to do that. You want to like feedback, and that's why we do a lot of open betas and stuff like that. It's not to just stress test servers and stuff like that. Yes, we do read all the comments and stuff like that, and people are always like, you know, they didn't listen to this, they didn't listen to that, or whatever. And it's like, no, it was all gathered. It was all put on a list. Somebody, I guarantee you, it was all put on a list. There's a giant document somewhere.
And just prioritized.
Like if you've publicly commented about a beta, right? You know, in public,
it's somewhere.
They're so good at finding you. They're so good, and so. Even if you have like no likes on your Twitter post, and you know what I mean, you don't think any whatever.
They got it.
They found it, and that ends up on a list. And then the dev team has like finite resources, and they do their best. And it's like and for reasons that are like really hard to explain, anyone with like actual dev experience will kind of understand like the fact that like some things are like. That sounds easy, but it's really hard. You know what I mean? Like that, there's like a lot of stuff is like that. And I get that question a lot, right? Like people that are like, it doesn't matter what title. They're like, this seems easy. Like you would just go throw a switch and then it would be better for everybody. Like what the hell, you know? And I get that. I totally understand that. I understand why some things look like they'd be easy from the outside, but you don't know how it all works. You know what I mean? And it's like not understanding like the innards of my watch. You know what I mean? It's like, you can't just, you know what I mean? Like,
Can't just make
like,
it tell the right time if it's broken.
yeah. Or it's like it's, you know, it's analog and it's all gears in there and stuff like that. And when I move my wrist, it winds. And somebody's like, well, why can't you just put a digital like time on there? And it's like, it doesn't even have a battery. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we know,
exactly.
no, it does. That's not how anything works. And so you got to understand that you can't see the inside of the watch. You can't see the gears. You can't see what's going on. And you just have to trust us a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care, like, how much Reddit's not going to believe me on this, but you just got to, like, trust that some things are like, yeah, it sounds easy, but it's not.
100%.
And the other thing also happens where we're like, somebody will say something and it's really a good idea and nobody on the dev team thought of it. And then we're like, oh, that'd be super easy. We could actually get that going today. You know, that also happens. Right. And those things will end up in the final thing. And those get, you know, acknowledged a lot of times. People are like, hey, the feedback got in and stuff like that. Yeah. And so sometimes you see it and sometimes you don't. But what I promise is that it all got looked at. You know what I mean? It all got looked at. And on some things, if the feedback is just the creative direction's all wrong, it's like,
can't really do much with that.
Yeah.
Like the stand-up comedian, all your material is wrong. It's all bad. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I got to do the show tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like,
can't fix it right now. Yeah.
I can't. We're not throwing it all away. That's not, you know what I mean?
That's how I feel with this show all the time.
Dude, it's how any creative thing is. Anyone that does anything creative is going to be able to relate to this at some level. You know what I mean? Especially when you have to like get it ready for an audience.
Right.
And like if we were all like putting on a play and it was all gonna, you know, like it was gonna come out October 1st and we all just started doing all the work and pouring our heart and souls into it, dude, none of that's gonna guarantee anything. You know what I mean? No heart and soul pouring out, sweat and, you know, blood, sweat and tears. None guarantees that it's gonna work on the opening night. You know what I mean? It's like the curtains come up, the lights come on, and everybody's just like, meh, it's all right. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
And
so
it hurts. I mean,
which
like
we've seen it. We've seen a lot of that. Yeah.
That part of it you can't, like, as a creative person, you know, like being on the other side of the, you know, the making side of that stuff. It's rough, you know, but like, dude, it is the gig. If you don't get that, you know what I mean? Like, go work at Amazon or something. You know what I mean? It's like, if you don't understand that this is entertainment, it'd be like a stand-up comedian just complaining, you know, that like he bombed that night, you know? It's just like, dude, that's the gig. Sometimes you bomb. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're not good with that, you're totally should not be doing this. You know what I mean? Like, go write for like a cartoon or, you know, do something else. Don't do this. Don't stand up on a stage in front of crowds, because this is what you're going to get. Sometimes you're going to get like, you're going to kill. And those moments are going to, like, you'll remember literally for the rest of your life. Right. So I've had experiences like that. And now I'll never forget them. Right. And they're all like specific, like little weird, like personal things in different games. And then I've had the experience where we've been so proud, and this has happened in so many different ways, and so proud of things that didn't land. And again, like the joke landing, it's like, why didn't it work? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, the comedian's the worst person to ask. You know,
well, that's exactly how YouTube works too. I'll work on a video for weeks and I think it's the best thing I've ever done, and then it's like 10 out of 10 and no one watches it, but I'm happy with it. And then I'll have something like some news will break and I was like, should I make a short crappy video? Yeah, why not? And then it'll be 1 out of 10 the best video. Yeah.
Yep.
Same.
Yeah. It's like trying to like say that you were gonna make a new, like a pitch, right, for a new business, and say like, what we're going to do is we're going to make these videos and they just all go viral. That's our business plan. And it's like, who's going to invest in that? You know what I mean? Like,
It's not going to work.
It's like, hey, okay, can we have $20 million? We're going to make videos and they're all going to go viral.
Mr. Beast.
Yeah, seriously though, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that people haven't built, you know, massive audiences and stuff like that, right? I'm talking about like viral. right? You
Right.
know, so like they're all going to be different, like creatively. They're all going to be kind of different. We're not going to do the same thing every time, but they're all just going to be home runs. That's that's our business model. Nobody would do that. And yet the entertainment industry somehow exists. You know what I mean? It's a hit-based industry, and it's like only a few failures from you're done, right? Like whatever movie house you are, or whatever record studio you are, or whatever game publisher you are, or whatever, you're only a few misses away from like it's all over, right?
Yep.
And
Right.
that's the other reason that they have to be big. And that's the other thing that everybody gets wrong about the consolidation part. Like those studios that are like mid-sized studios that get acquired by like larger studios, it's because they're one failure away from it's all over. Like everybody, I'm sorry, your job it's all over, you know. And there's a lot of studios operating out there like that right now. Right? Yeah. So
Make or break.
Make or break. Every time they ship a thing, they might have a job the next day, right? Yeah. And so the only way to kind of live in that environment is we can handle some missteps, and that comes with size, you know. And it's like we can afford, a little mistake here, and then that starts to make it where you can afford to be a little more creatively risky. And you'd think that those are just like automatically go hand in hand. You know what I mean? Like they can afford it. They've got the size. They could do like littler, like smaller titles that were even lower priced, and do something really creatively risky, like really, really different. You know, like the same territory that indie games explore, right? Like a AAA version of like indie games, like really creatively risky. They could afford to do it. They don't. You know what I mean? They don't do it. It's all, everything today is like, you know, franchise based. And look at the movie industry. It's like, how many more superhero movies can we freaking take?
Doesn't matter.
You remember when there used to be movies? You remember that?
It's like they almost think new IPs, video game and movie, is too risky. Like
too risky. No,
I don't know, man. It's so tough, and I'm glad you're illustrating it this way, because sometimes I feel bad when I criticize a game, and generally I really try hard, and I also preface everything with I'm completely ignorant to goes what behind the scenes, which is what goes on behind the scenes, which is why I'm so grateful that you came on. I think a lot of people, and it really resonated when you said certain things look easy, and people are like, why don't you just put a scoreboard in the game? Put the scoreboard in the game, and just put it in there. It's been there the whole time. I do have some questions about why that stuff wasn't in there, but it's probably not as easy as it looks. And I try to think of that stuff when I'm doing a video, and I just want to educate myself and others along the way. Some of this stuff we asked for is way, way harder than it looks. And also I wanted to and you illustrated it really well, where a dev's mind is. Like, you have so much writing on it. On a big project like Battlefield, you probably don't have that much control because it's a massive, massive team. And maybe what you worked on, you did really good. You innovated, you came up with a new mechanic, some new code, or maybe some new procedural AI way to do something, and it worked. And then you go online to see what people think of the game you worked on. And because some other decisions were made higher up that the community doesn't like, you're just going to find the game getting shit on. And so yeah, I feel bad when I criticize stuff, but I really try to keep that stuff in mind, and I want to educate people also. Like, there's way more layers to this onion other than just fix it. Like, just put this in. Why isn't it there? Because there's so many moving parts.
Yeah, why wasn't it better? You know, it's just like a really naive question, right? Like, you know, we finished the movie, we're done, here's the final edit, here's the screen, and then like, why wasn't it better? That's your, you know what I mean? That's your question? Why wasn't it better? Right? Yeah. And it's like, I mean, that's all on the viewer. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Why didn't you like it? You know what I mean? and that's what I was trying to explain about the cooks in the kitchen, right? It's like, don't ask us, ask them. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's like the opinion's out there in the dining room, not in here. You know what I mean? It's like, we did what we thought was going to work. and I mean this like technically and creatively, and like, by the way, there's like totally different things that we're talking about here. There's creative decisions that a game makes, and then from those creative decisions, all the technical things fall out of that, right?
I'd really
And
like
so
to
it's
talk
like,
about that when we
yeah,
get a
yeah,
chance.
that's like a really important like order. Okay, is that like there's the creative like leadership, right, that comes up with kind of like the high concept, or the, you know, the different teams call it different things, but like the X and the it's going to be all, you know, this is what it's going to be about this year creatively, right? The vision, the creative like vision, right? And then they'll even do what we call a vertical slice, where they'll do like a proof of kind of like all the creative ideas all put together in something that you can actually sort of play. You know what I mean? And that's a way to communicate. That's a way to communicate to other people on the team. Look, this is what we're going for, like but like the whole game, right? And sort of like ironically, the part of the original creative articulation for Battlefield 1942 is a love letter to the fans. That was part of the original, you know, like creative vision, and you can see that in, you know, like the nostalgia maps and the, you know what I mean, like the stuff that Ripple affected, and what's it called, the actual shipping thing, Portal. Is that what it's called?
Portal. Yep.
We have code names for everything. It's like I don't even know what the shipping thing is called. And so yeah, Portal. That's an example of that. It's like, so if somebody says like, you know, no, it wasn't love letter to the fans. Yes, it was. Like that's what that is, right? Like that's under that creative vision. That's one of the things that came out of it was Portal, right? And then a whole bunch of other things are part of the creative vision, right? And then that gets distributed down into like, how are we going to make this actually happen? And that becomes domain specific, like art and their leadership, sound design, engineering, systems engineering, rendering engineering. You know, it's just like a really big team, right? And again, not specific to Battlefield, talking about just massive AAA development, right? They all figure out if stuff is doable or not. You know, like the weather and all the trees blowing in the wind and, you know, all that kind of stuff. By the way, that doesn't get enough love. Like that is like, you know how hard that stuff is technically. You know what I mean? Like the when the wind really starts blowing and like everything reacts to it or whatever, it's just like that's really hard to do technically, and you don't see that in like any other game. And so that's a good example of like the guy that like wrote something that was like perfect. You know what I mean?
Like really cool.
He just nailed it, right?
Yeah.
It's like that guy, and I have no idea, right? But like that team or person or whatever, they got all that stuff all right, you know. And I've never come across anything that just goes on and on about how much they love the fact that the trees blow around. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I did say it passed, and it's kind of bad. I'll just be honest with I've said these things in the past. I said they spent way too much time on the tornado because the first time I saw it, it was insane. It was like the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, the best thing ever.
They didn't spend enough time on the rest of it.
Yeah, no. I'm glad you brought that up. Because it's, I'm sorry to keep going back to this like one like metaphor, but like you got all these people in the kitchen, you got all these people with different jobs, you got all these people making different stuff, right? And one thing like hits and another thing doesn't hit, right? And then it's like people out there are like, why didn't they spend time making this part better? And it's like, well, because we were making it all at the same time, right? And different people were doing it. You know, and so like one part can fall and another part can shine, and you don't find that out until the end. You know what I mean? Until like all the food goes out, and then it's like, then you find out. It's like, hey, love this. Don't know why you did this. You know, hate this completely. Totally hate that. Why didn't you just take some time from here and put it there? And it's like, well, we were just back there jamming, and we were doing what we thought creatively was right. And this is what we got, right? So like that's the answer. And if like we knew that reallocating things creatively like this was going to work better, we would have done that. You know what I mean? And the objective is to come out like the comedian and kill. That's the objective. You know what I mean? You want to come out and just stand out from everything and just, you know, like win. It's not like about money, you know, especially for us, right? Like for the people that actually make it and the developers and stuff like that. For publishing, I'm sure it's about the money, right?
Oh,
but for
yeah.
the developers, you just want everyone to love it. It's like, I saw what you did here creatively and I love it. You know what I mean? Like, I should call up Alex Proyas and be like, dude, Dark City changed my life. Love it. You know what I mean? Like I should probably do that. You know, that's what you want. You want to like, it's actually a good example because it like hit a home run creatively. It hit a home run with a lot of different people. It hit a home run with a lot of different audiences, and it didn't hit a home run with the critics, and it didn't hit a home run like with the studio. And they weren't sold on their own product. You know what I mean? Like they weren't sold on Dark City, so it didn't get any marketing budget, and you know what I mean, like that kind of stuff. And they thought it was too confusing, and so they dumbed it down and made them put like a big voiceover at the beginning that like explained everything, you know, that you're about to see. And it's like, man, if you're gonna just step on a movie, like you know what I mean, like kill all of And he was like, no, like the audience is smart, like they're gonna be able to track this, like we're going to just throw them in the world and they're going to be able to like follow along. That was his like thing. And the studio was like, nah, we're putting a big voiceover at the beginning where we totally explain everything. And it's obvious to us like why that's like probably not the right move, right? You know, and you know, like they a lot of people have to, you know, like be behind it, right? So from the team itself to the marketing team to the publishing team to the, you know what I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on. And so like everybody wants a big win, and the developers just, you know, want you to feel like it delivered on what you imagined or better.
Right.
I mean, that's like the best thing that you could ever possibly hear as a developer is like, I imagined it would be like this. And then it was something,
everyone loved it more. Yeah.
And then it was something completely different. And, that, you know, some titles, you know, will like kind of hit that universally, like GTA 5 or something like that. And then some titles will hit that with some people and not other people, you know, like I'm a big fan of Ghost Recon. What was the not recent one, but the one before that?
Wildlands?
Not the most recent.
Breakpoint was the most recent. Yeah.
Okay, so the Wildlands, right? Yeah. Wildlands like really got me. I was like, okay, this is way above where my expectations were for this game, right?
Right.
Like I had like been in a car accident and stuff, and so I played online with my brother, and we played just forever, like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. You know, the whole story, all the missions, and upgraded all of our guns and got all the crazy attachments, and you know what I mean, like unlocked everything, unlocked helicopters, and just started like making our own like mini games inside of it and stuff like that. And so yeah, it just delivered for me way above my expectations. And then I read about it online, and somebody was talking about like a lot of the reviews. Go look it up. They're like microtransactions, and the whole article is about that. I didn't even know there were microtransactions in Ghost Recon. Like I didn't even know that. It was like a tab I never even visited or something. You know, like apparently you can buy your way into the guns, but it's like, why would I even do that in a single player game? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the point? It's like if I'm not enjoying the game enough to earn it with gameplay, why would I pay to unlock anything? You know what I mean? So whatever. I didn't get that at all. Like it was like, all right. I ignored all the microtransactions. Like maybe it was full of them. I don't know. I ignored them all. The game worked for me, right? Like so, you know, you'll have them like that, and not everyone will agree with me. Like some people will be like, yeah, it's junk, and I really liked it, and I really liked the way Battlefield was going. And again, you're all painted and it's all weird because you're around it all the time and blah, blah, blah. In some ways, you only see the warts. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a complicated relationship, right? But it felt, especially towards the end, like it was all coming together. And you just have there's this thing that when you're on a game team, first of all, you're somewhere in the middle, feels like it's never going to come together. You know what I mean? Like in the middle of development, like on any game, it'll a lot of times feel like, how is this ever going to come into like a cohesive whole that we can like actually ship? And everybody knows Battlefield added like a lot of people, right? And it's just started to get this velocity, right? Where like stuff was changing every night. We had studios that were like across the globe, you know what I mean? So Ripple Effect is over on the West Coast. I was in Austin, so I was in Central Time. We had Criterion in London, you know,
so you guys were going 24/7 basically.
Yeah, literally the game was in action 24 hours a day. So all the way around the clock to Stockholm, right? And and so it was like literally changing all the time, which is not an experience I've ever had on a title before, which is really interesting. Like you could be up at 3 a.m. and pull the game, and it's like there's new stuff. You know what I mean? So like it was like jamming, you know what I mean? And like all night, all day, all night, all day, stuff was happening and changing, and you know, and it started to kind of feel like, hey, this is coming together. This is coming together. You could start to feel like the velocity of like the system starting to work together, the things starting to like the weird bugs that were really obvious are starting to disappear, and you know what I mean? It started to feel like it was like really coming together, and that's the best I can express it. The best I can express it is that like that was like the experience as a developer is like, okay, it's coming together. And I really mean that, like, you got to understand, I don't mean it's coming together as in everybody in the audience is going to just love it. I mean, it's coming together as in the original creative vision for this whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we're getting to the thing that we were like the vertical slice, the little bit that we showed at the beginning. Now we have the fully fleshed out game, and it actually reflects, you know what I mean? Like
starting to look like you guys put on the drawing board at the very beginning.
Yeah, like this is actually turning out like a house being built, right? You know, it starts with a drawing board, right? And then it's
you
like,
can see it,
and at some point you're like, hey, it's turning out. It's turning out. And I don't mean it's turning out like it's going to win an architecture award. I mean, it's turning out like the blueprint. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, yeah.
I think,
do you understand the difference?
Yeah.
Like,
and
it was like, it's a feeling like, okay, it's coming together like we designed it to. And that's a feeling you get as a developer. Right. And you have to be careful with that one because then people will be like, no, it was not coming together. It was, you know what I mean? Like like they would have disagreed with the creative if they heard it on the first day. You know what I mean? Like right. So if you don't like the creative from the day one, like you would have like been lost on that pitch and just been like thumbs down, not buying it. You know what I mean? Like, then there's no hope, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, nothing can be done technically. Nothing can be done artistically. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's it, really.
So I want to touch on this because I would be a bad journalist if I didn't ask. You might get mad and leave the whole thing and just shut it down. But I think what you explained, where you felt like things were coming together, is that where you made the infamous tweet where you said, "Okay." Yep. I had to ask about that, but I'm
not mad about it at all.
Okay.
Not mad about it in the slightest.
Okay.
That was the feeling of this is actually coming together.
Because your goalpost, you were getting there.
Yeah, the way it was designed to be. Right. Like what? Just imagine that there's blueprints everywhere, right? And they all got to come together, and it's like, okay, it's coming together, and it's like the blueprints, you know what I mean? And it's like that is not a call on like whether or not people are gonna like laugh at the Joker. You know what I mean? Like it's like that is not a we're gonna get applause or we're not gonna get applause. That's not that. It's just a oh my gosh, like technically this is all stacking up to do what it's supposed to do. You know what I mean? And like deliver on the things that it's supposed to deliver on. That's what you can start to see as a developer, right? And everybody started to see it at the same time. It's like, okay, this is starting to turn out like we designed it to be, right? And then there's like a million questions that can come after that. Then how are there as many bugs in it that were obviously in it or something like that? And it's just like you got to be really careful as an audience member with the word obvious. There's a whole bunch of weird things that are different in the real world than a dev studio. I saw a lot of stuff with people's loadout disappearing and something with online persistence or something like that.
Yep, that was at launch.
I don't even know what those things are. So in a development studio, I have this config file, right? And you don't get to have this. I have this config file, it's this big text file, really, really big. And I can turn all kinds of stuff on and off, right? And if I kill it, then I never see it, right? If I don't want to be annoyed by their audio or something like that, I can just turn it off, right? And I'll never, ever hear the audio. Or if there's a different kind of game that has full motion video cutscenes, and it's no, screw that. I don't ever need to see those, right? Then I'll switch that off. And so the online persistence thing is something I just had off. I don't know. My config file, it just said off.
So you never even would have come to that.
I never even seen it. I have no idea. I want to be careful how I say this. I don't even know what it's about.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
It also sounds like it wasn't where, you weren't even focused on. There's nothing you were even working on.
Of course not. So. Yeah. I mean, I don't want that to sound cop outish, but
no,
we're only in our the little place that we contribute, right? Any of us, right? And so we're talking about devs, right? Not the exec producer or something like that, right? So a dev is in the place where they do their stuff, right? And yeah, there's tons of stuff that not only do you not know anything about it, you don't know the people that work on it, you don't know the studio that's doing it, you don't know the file that it lives in, you know what I mean? It's just off in in the config file or whatever. And again, all I'm doing is illustrating something. Okay,
yeah.
I'm just illustrating an example that is that I can easily point at, right? So all this stuff that I started to see at launch, I was like, I don't even know what that is. I've never heard of that. I don't know, blank loadout. I never seen anything like that in my entire, never.
And for your purposes of what you're testing, it wouldn't make sense for you to have all that on, because whatever changes you're making in your dev environment, you just want to see that reflected in what you're testing. So you'd obviously
I'm concerned about the parts that I need to see. Right. Yeah. Exactly. And the rest of the game I have turned off. Right. Yeah. And so, and honestly, the rest, a lot of it I have tuned out if it doesn't matter to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 100%.
For example, the scoreboard not being there. That means zero to me. You know what I mean?
You wouldn't even have had it on if it was there.
I never even got to it wouldn't have even gotten there. You know what I mean? I have so much stuff disabled. We don't even live in a world where you can have a development environment that isn't really even playing rounds. You know what I mean? You're just in the world, right?
Yeah. It's continuous in the game.
It's like time never ends. You know what I mean? That kind of a place, right? And so a lot of times for the kind of stuff that I was doing, I'm in that kind of world, right? Where it's there's dudes running around and there's stuff happening because that needs to happen to measure performance and stuff like that. But I don't want the round to end because that screws everything up. You know what I mean? I need stuff to keep happening. It's I need vehicles to respawn. I need more people to show up. I need everything possible to happen that can, from a performance profile, standpoint. I need everything that could possibly happen to happen, right? If everybody piles up in one corner of the map, I need that to happen.
Yeah.
If two big fights are happening on two different sides of the map, I need that to happen. the kind of way I had the game configured, I never would have seen, you know what I mean, like the ranking, you know what I mean, like at the end of the round.
Unless you're the actual like dev team working on it, wouldn't have.
Yeah, and why
you.
is that? Why is that not in the creative? No idea. No idea. Somebody at some level, and this is my words, not anybody else's words. Somebody at some level was like, "That's not what this Battlefield's about, really," or some form of that, right? And it's not like you know what I mean? Like somebody thought that was the right direction to take it creatively. Period. Period. And it's nobody. I promise nobody had problems doing that technically, right? I'm clear. That's clear to everybody, right? Like, so putting a the stats at the end, they're already tracked anyway, right? Just putting them up on the screen at the end is not it's not a technical hurdle. There was a reason that it wasn't there. Zero idea what. I mean, no idea. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not hiding anything from you. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, like I just completely close. I didn't even know it wasn't there until we shipped. You know what I mean? And so, and it doesn't mean I didn't play. I was playing all the time, and I was just in a weird kind of different way of playing where the round never ended and all that kind of stuff.
Is that how these big games work, where like everybody's kind of focused in their lane and then it doesn't all come together and towards the end? So like we don't always. Yeah. Does that make sense?
No.
So that's where some of the issues come from.
Part of it. You're building these really complex systems. That's one level of this. And then the complex systems have to work together. And mixing them together. They have to work together in a way that makes the whole thing better.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're relying on that. You're relying on like all these things kind of cohesively working together. And a lot of times in the final product, kind of like the images I was showing you with the layers, which we're going to show everybody in a little while, but like you don't even understand the fact that they're all different systems because they're all so well blended together and stuff like that. You know, you can't even, unless you're a game developer, you wouldn't even be able to call out the fact that it's like, okay, one team did all that part, you know what I mean? And like another team did all this part, and then those two systems work together, and you know what I mean? Like, so how animation is related to gameplay, and you know, like all that stuff. It's like things as simple as like the way you accelerate to a run, to if you slide, to you know, all that kind of stuff. It involves art, it involves animators, it involves, you know what I mean, physics, it involves gameplay people, it's like all this different stuff, and all those decisions have dependencies. Like somebody is like, if you're gonna have some like thing in there, you got to have like the sound people on, you know, doing their part. You got to have the animation people doing their part. You got to have the physics people doing their part.
That brings me to a good question. And I don't mean to cut you off, but I mean you're bringing us right to one of my questions that I had was. I love the analogies about, you know, the movies and studio interference and stuff. So I had a question because this kind of ties in with what I am very familiar with my day job. And maybe you guys used none of these, but when you were brought in, I'm assuming you were on a specific development team. Obviously, what methodology of like project management were you guys working with? Was it like Agile, waterfall? It was Agile. Okay, so So you probably obviously had sprints. What was the cadence of those sprints? Were they like 2 weeks, a month? 2 weeks. Okay, so your specific team worked on what exactly was it? Was UI stuff?
I was on. Okay, so there's two totally different things. There's the main development team, right? Okay. And it's not even right to just call that DICE because like Criterion was like did all. So yeah, like everybody. If you know the layout here, you know who I'm talking about, right? There's the main development team, Ripple Effect, and like everything, right? There's the main team, and that they worked for like a whole long time on all this stuff. And then towards the end, it's not just that people were brought in, right? Like everybody knows that people were added. Everybody knows that, like factually, but like it's not just they're thrown in and like, hey, help, you know what I mean? Like take a task or something. It doesn't happen like that. So there in Slack, there's like a literal channel that is the CPU GPU performance strike team, and that's what I was on. Okay, so I was on the performance strike team, and it's not unusual to have a strike team. So don't get weirded out by like the names, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so like,
Yeah.
it doesn't mean like as like dramatic as it sounds, right? At the end, it's like you're like trying to like tidy up, you know what I mean? Like really
Mhm.
polish it. And it's like if like performance is like, you know, close but not quite there in some areas, that's what you go after. You know what I
Okay.
mean? That kind of stuff.
Yep.
So a strike team is like on this map in this area in this condition when the tornado happens, you know, that kind of stuff, right? How do we like make it better?
Mhm.
Or for some reason on Gen 4, so that's PlayStation 1. I'm sorry, Xbox One regular and
PS4. Yep.
Yeah. So on Gen 4, for whatever reason, PS4 numbers look like this and Xbox numbers look like this, right? And we actually have all these like charting things happening all the time that run off in like some server room somewhere that are measuring metrics on like how all the builds are performing,
Mhm.
right? And all of a sudden one build will just drop, right? And somebody has to go figure out like why, you know, like
Right.
what in God's name happened to that build,
Yeah.
or they'll start spiking, and that's another way that it's like the performance will be good and then horrible and good and then
Mhm.
horrible and then good and then horrible, and we deal with both of those, right? And the strike team is somebody that is not sprinted, right?
Mhm.
So
You're doing like the ad hoc work then. per
every
sprint.
single thing
Yeah.
is like go here, go here, go here, go here. Whatever's the
Right.
highest, whatever's
Priority
the
at the time.
highest
Okay.
priority at that given moment
Okay.
has
Mhm.
the strike team on it, right? And there are
Okay.
multiple strike teams. There are
Yeah.
multiple
For every area of the game, I'm
for
sure.
different
Right.
parts of the game,
Right.
right, yeah.
So
And so I was
just
on the
to
performance strike
performance.
team.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then to give some people some background, just so they know what the hell we're talking about here.
Yes,
So
please.
a very high level overview of what the Agile methodology is, right? Is basically a form of project management where, you know, what Jim is saying, you're working in 2-week iterations or sprints. So every 2 weeks, you basically commit what your dev team is working on for that sprint. At the end of the sprint, you want what's called an MVP or a minimal viable product, which is essentially the MVP that we can ship, right? So I mean, it's
Totally.
different in different areas, but you have,
Very well said.
and I'm sure you guys probably had scrum masters, product owners, you had
Absolutely.
tribes, all that stuff. So, and what you're doing as a strike team is, so the actual dev team or the stable team has their goals per sprint, and they're working on those.
They're
and
still doing. They're still
right
on their schedule, right?
Yeah.
So
and you're coming in doing the ad hoc work in the middle of the sprint. Everything that's
Right.
going crazy. We need this looked at so we
So
can
that-
probably hit
so
our
that they
MVP, right?
so they don't get yanked off their sprint.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
like 'cause
right.
they're on a sprint for a reason. You know how that.
Yes,
You know how
yeah,
that works.
yep.
And so, like, the part of the reason additional people are brought in
Mhm.
is because they don't want to yank people off sprints. You
Right.
know what I mean? It's like that guy could be doing performance strike team stuff, but he's working on something else. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like so yes, for people that don't know, the whole project gets broken out into these epics, and then epics get broken out into stories. I think
it's like
do I have
epic.
the terminology?
Yeah,
right?
it's like
I'm gonna embarrass
epic.
myself in front of like scrum masters. I'm
It's
not
epic.
like
It's epic initiative. Then you have your feature, user story, tasks, bugs.
user
etc.,
story.
right?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
User story. That's what I was thinking. That's so much more a thing in like gameplay and you know those areas, like they really like stick to those. I'm kind of speaking of Madden development here, but like I assume Battlefield's sort of the same. And in the art side or on the visual side, and remember, the visual side is a whole lot of engineering and it's a whole lot of artwork, right? Like it's like both, you know, going on at the same time. They have their own sprints, right? And so the art is doing their sprints, rendering is doing their sprints, gameplay is doing their sprints, sound is doing their sprints, right? And the main thing to take away is that all of this is happening at the same time. You know what I mean? And so like that's where the comment of like, I can kind of see how this is coming together comes from. It's like, all these different like large sections of complex systems are actually like starting to function
once
together.
you get them in your test environment all together down the road. Yeah. And that's So I mean, that's what I was really curious about, and just so everyone knows, in that case, like whatever the original release was for Battle at the time, I don't remember what it was for 2042, but obviously, whenever everything started, you had different dated goals for what's development, integration, QA testing, and then your production date would be launch, essentially. So in that case, it's pretty fascinating. I'm really curious how that would work with game development, especially with all these different teams, and they're bringing in you guys for strike teams, because if with a sprint, just so everyone is aware, you're committing to work to produce that minimal viable product so you can have something to show at the end of a sprint. And if something gets delayed, like Jim is saying, then that needs to carry over to the next sprint, and that prevents you from working on the user story that would be planned for the upcoming sprint. Typically, you want to have at least 3+ sprints planned in advance. You have a backlog you're pulling from, so if somebody finished something early, they can grab something in from the backlog, etc. Everything's prioritized. So if something falls behind, which I'm just guessing a lot of things did if they're bringing in strike teams, and everything kind of turned out how it did. So.
Well, they were starting kind of backwards, and a lot of people know that.
And that's what I want to know.
They did a bunch of engine upgrade stuff. You know what I mean? Like everybody knows this, right? And that engine upgrade stuff, again, was one of those things that was just harder than it seemed like it was going to be, right? Mm-hmm. And so like it took whatever amount of time it was supposed to take, or they guessed it would take, or whatever, it didn't take that amount of time. And so when when the checkered flag or green flag was like go, you know what I mean? Then it was later than it was originally gonna be, right? So
your project's already way behind.
People are starting on their sprints on days that they weren't supposed to be starting on those sprints, right? So like, and that doesn't mean that they weren't making good progress. It doesn't mean that the velocity wasn't good or anything like that. I think there was like a quote going around from an executive somewhere that was like, it's actually like kind of like moving towards like ahead of schedule or something.
Yep,
something similar to
she said in the technical test it was way ahead. Laura Miele, EA Studio Head.
The velocity was looking good at that point, right? And so you got to understand that they're doing this all in context. You know what I mean? Of like, given the fact that the sprint started when they did, you know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. They're adjusting for like all kinds of stuff, right? And you kind of like have an expectation of where you're going to be on a certain date. You kind of extrapolate it out, and you're like, okay, on February 1st, it's still going to be pretty rough, right? Yeah, like this whole system won't be there, and like that kind of stuff. The velocity was like, I think, looking pretty good right there, and illusions like that can happen a lot in development, where kind of like suddenly like a lot of artwork shows up, and suddenly like a lot of animation drops, and so people go from like really low fidelity kind of like stuff to something that like looks a lot or feels a lot better. I say looks a lot, I'm so visual. I'm so visually oriented, right? But like the gameplay stuff, like starts to come together, things like that. And so again, you're looking at velocity, not you can't stand
tangible
there
results of gameplay.
You can't stand there and predict that this is now going to land perfectly on the end date. I mean,
so that's a really good point, because velocity, guys, is basically, there's a couple of different ways to look at it, but think of a bar graph, right? And we'll have different sprints. So think 1 through 5 is a sprint, and you're going to have a bar graphs for 1 through 5, and you'll have the work you estimate. Okay, so let's say it's like 50 story points. It's just a unit of measurement. Okay, so you have 50 story points, and we complete 50 story points. And if you're completing what you're estimating or over each sprint, that's your velocity. You're looking at like an average of 5 sprints or whatever. That looks good, right?
You need to come with me. You need to do the other half of it.
Full disclosure,
we can do a whole road show. I need your half.
I am certified Scrum Master and product owner.
No, this is really helpful. It's really helpful in painting the picture. You know what I mean? Especially the fact that it's not coming from one person. You know what I mean? Like everything you're saying, like that's all the way that it works. right? Yeah. So
Right,
it's all
but it's not gameplay is the problem. So it looks good on paper, but the result of how is it playing, if you're just looking at data, it's
you're
not
not
right.
looking you're not looking at they're totally not looking at that,
Yeah.
especially not then. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, yeah, they're looking at like sprints and velocity and like just what you said. You know what I mean? It's like we estimated this, it came in at that. We estimated this, it came in at that. We estimated this, it came in at that. Velocity is looking good. It's coming ahead of, you know what I mean? Then infamous words get said and stuff like that. And it's like, was she wrong for saying it? No. Is it? Do people have no idea really what that was you know what I mean? Like referencing
just wasn't the best way to measure it. And then you get into release, once you get everything into your builds,
if we're really being technical about it, it would have been like, hey, the velocity on the sprints are looking good right now. And you as the audience member could say like, well, that doesn't mean crap.
The hell is that?
No, I'm just saying if you knew, right? You could say like literally you'd be like, well, that doesn't tell me anything about where you're going to land. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care that your early sprints are looking good. Early sprints always look good. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, if you're really like a hardcore developer, it's just like, it all gets harder. You know what I mean? It's like, So early sprints, especially when people are working separate, I talked about like building up these complex systems and then you find out And so when they're building the complex systems separately, then you can have like this really good looking velocity, and it's like you can legit say, hey, it's ahead of where we thought it was going to be. You know what I mean?
Every team's velocity looks great, but it's not.
It's literally it's literally on paper, and it's not like that's a lie or anything. It's just right then the velocity was like looking really good, and I wanted to answer another one that you brought up because you asked about the metrics for the strike teams, and so like one of the strike teams is mean time between failure, right? So. They measure how often they're soaking builds all the time, right? With like bots that are playing each other. And if it crashes for any reason, like that's measured, right? So like how long did it run and why, and it's not even why did it crash? It's just like how long did it run, period. And then what's the mean time to failure on that platform? And there'll be a whole strike team dedicated to that. And they just want to make that as long as possible. You know what I mean? It's just like,
so do those strike teams have sprints? Are you part of a stable team for a sprint? Or you guys just, you're all the ad hoc stuff getting thrown out from the dev teams?
Yeah, I'm speaking out of my lane. I just don't know. I don't know how.
It sounds like it's probably coming from everywhere.
I don't know how the strike teams work, but I don't think any of them run sprints.
It doesn't. It's more like a lights on team almost, right?
Totally. And the strange thing is that they do give status to the like leads that are like on sprints and stuff like that. And so you like for them life's really complicated. You know what I mean? Because they got the sprint that they're running, and then they got this strike team over here reporting to them also. Not reporting to them, but briefing them. You know what I mean? Like and. So it's a lot of information coming at you from a lot of different directions, and it's like big with a capital B. You know what I mean? Like my rendering Slack group had like 300 people in it, and so it's like, wow, you know what I mean? Like there's 300 people.
That's a huge, that's massive.
In a domain, you know what I mean? Like in the domain rendering, right? There's 300 people.
Do you have any idea
how's that even possible?
Do you have any idea how many developers were on like an actual stable development team for a squad?
It's also confusing because there's
like average is like 8, but it's not. There's so many different dev teams. Who knows? And it just so everyone knows, this
probably
is actually
about that. That. Yeah, and it'll be a little different for gameplay and for art and for depending on where you are. You know what I mean? Like they might, and there is autonomy a lot. Like sound, audio might be really small for some reason. You know, so it's not like blanket across the whole team, but you. Basically that like and a lot of times they'll be cross-functional, so you'll have gameplay and animation kind of like in a sprint together, you know what I mean, because it's so integrated what they do, and same with art. You'll have like a technical artist and a rendering engineer and and maybe an art director or an assistant art director or a CG supervisor or a technical art director. I mean, like there's so many, but you can have all of them in one sprint. You know what I mean? Like, because it's like what we're doing is like it's not just an engineering task, and so you can't think of this as like making Microsoft Word or something like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like there's just like all this like artistic stuff happening all the time, everywhere, like all over the game.
Yeah.
And so we have these really interesting kind of teams where they're the sprints like multidisciplined, you know, like that. And some in a normal environment, they actually sit together. So like they'll be
cue COVID,
like,
right? And then
cue COVID, and everybody knows like that's like a thing. And I don't even like talking about it because it's like it sounds like every version of it sounds like a cop out. You know what I mean? But like it's just like.
Well, I mean, when you're working agile, it's
Dude.
I mean it's huge, and I mean this is a great point. I don't like this is this is like kind of huge news that we're going over here, and I know we'll have to like go back maybe and throw some graphs up eventually, but because I've been on so many projects where we're looking at the metrics, right? There's all the squads that are part of a tribe working together, and you're looking at velocity and metrics, and everything looks good. You're delivering everything, but what are you actually delivering? And when we look at let's say the goal is for 2-month sprint would be a feature is what we would call it, is we want the Apache to be able to take off, fly, and shoot missiles and have the 30mm cannon fire correctly, right? And so if that's
as a user, I can get it in Apache,
right, and that's when you would know, okay, did we meet that goal? But everything in between is just numbers. It's really what's the quantity of what we're delivering.
Right.
And that's probably where it sounds like, I've been in those situations a lot where management's focused on numbers and not, what's actually being delivered. And that's when a lot of projects get delayed, unfortunately. And that's an issue. Yeah. So those are, I mean, that's huge, and those are really good points as far as the development process.
I like your distinction a lot, though. That the numbers don't tell the story.
They don't. Never do. You never do. Yeah.
They don't.
Never.
And so you could be killing it on sprints, and the output's just not. You know what I mean? So what's measuring the output? And that's ultra complicated.
And all development teams, they do their metrics, like their what we called earlier, guys, story points, which is like just don't even worry about it. Every team can have their own how they do things differently. So one team may look like they're doing better than another team, but it's like what are they doing and what are they delivering? It could be completely different, and they're not really comparable. And that's kind of, I'm honestly really blown. I was curious what you were going to say, if it was agile or Kanban or something. I don't know the scope of that game, and the late delay, or the delay because of the engine reworks, right? COVID, because agile like is huge about collaborating.
Yeah.
And if you're doing things all over Zoom or whatever, but not being in the office to work closely together, be with your team every day in person is definitely a huge issue. So I can see that's kind of what I thought the whole time, but I mean, you're giving us this is huge information that you're giving us. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's the reality. And like, then there's like, like all the things that I like kind of was trying to qualify earlier still stand. So if you didn't buy the creative, we lost you at the beginning. Got that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We all agree on that.
Can I ask a question about that?
Hold on. So
Go
like
ahead.
in COVID, you got like, these like creative people that are used to doing their thing like in a group, right? With other people that are at different levels. You have junior people that are learning from senior people, and you got a lot of different things going on, right? And it would be like
bouncing everything off each other, right?
If you were like a stand-up comic, right? So say that's your thing, and you do like troupe comedy in Chicago or something like that, and you get the call, and it's Saturday Night Live, right? And they're like, "Hey, man, we've seen your stuff, and we want you to join." And you're like, "Okay, life goal achieved. I've made it. I'm going to Saturday Night Live. And they say, but it's actually all work from home. Don't leave your house. You only need Zoom. And then you're just going to turn it on every day and deliver your stuff. And you're like, I'm not even on Saturday Night Live. And you know what I mean? Like what alien kind of world is, you know what I mean? Like, are we even talking about here? Like, how would that ever work, right? And it's that big a deal, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, when you it's like send everybody home and, you know, it's like people ask follow-up questions of like, but some other team delivered some other thing and it was like spot on or whatever. I don't know how they did it. You know what I mean? Like,
but it's also completely different than what your team's working on. It's not comparable.
Of course it is. Yeah, of course it
comparable.
is. And who knows what shape they were in when COVID got called, you know,
right.
that kind of thing. And it's like, there's like so many different variables and factors and things like that. But
do you think if COVID didn't happen, the game would have turned out in I mean, the vision is the vision, but do you think it would have delivered in a way better state at least? I think yes, obviously.
Well,
right?
yeah. I mean, like, again, distinguish the two, right? So, like, would it have delivered on the creative vision, right, in a better state? The answer is yes.
Yeah. Easily.
The answer is yes. Would the individual people have thought differently about the creative vision? I have no idea. That's dude. I mean, it's like, don't get these confused. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like what you and I are talking about is the execution of a project. You know what I mean? Like that, like you run a construction site, right? Like the
blueprints are already there.
You were building a casino. The blueprints are done. You know what I mean? It's like you and I are building the casino, right? And we're going off blueprints. And I just saw you had Longhorns on your headphones. Austin. And you're going off the blueprints, right? And so, like, how's the project going? The answer is based on the blueprints.
It's going great, way ahead of schedule.
Great. Yep, exactly. Right.
Okay. That's huge. That's what I was expecting to hear, but not expecting.
And as a builder, as a guy with a nail gun, I can see this all coming together. Literally means like I can see the casino. And it's all coming together. You know what I mean? Like that. You know what I mean? It's like, when we open it, is everyone going to love it? You don't know.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like half the stuff's turned off in my config file. Like I haven't even experienced the retail like thing really. Because of the weird way that like some of us work on the game, right? Yeah. And so like in a lot of ways, I never even experienced like the retail, especially because like we're not on, like even when we're on a server or something like that, it's in the next room. You know what I mean? And like it's like a lot of stuff's different in the development environment. And then like it goes live and like all these like kind of wonky things happen. So and I don't know how to explain some of them. Like some of them are like, I was on the performance strike team and there was like some performance issue on some weird version of like a specific AMD or something like that. I don't remember what it was, but like there was like a specific issue with performance on a specific configuration of PC. And I mostly like was like more dedicated. They put me on console stuff because that's all I've ever done. Right. So like I get pointed at the console performance issues, right? And other people specialize in the PC performance issues, and they're just kind of different beasts. If you do development, you understand that they're just kind of different. And so the PC as a platform or whatever, that's something I also never really experienced in development either. I was on Xbox Series X or Gen 4 looking at performance problems, like all of it. You know, like, I mean, there's the editor that's on a PC and stuff, but I never built the PC game. You know, like I never played it. Yeah. So that was my tasks were always on the consoles. Right. Okay. And the reason for that is, this is true at a lot of big studios too, but like, people naturally have all the hardware necessary to run the PC version, right? And so like they got the editor right there, and you can just like click a button and basically be in the game. You know, like on your other, you have two monitors and you're like in the game. Like, and so if you're iterating on something, that's the best place to work, right? Like from the editor, now I'm in game, now I'm in the editor, now I'm in game, you know, kind of a thing. And there's a longer path on console, right? You gotta like export data and do all these.
But does what you're working on, okay, for console specifically, is there another person doing that for like the PC version, or is that okay?
Yeah, in my strike team. Yeah, in my strike team, but somebody else. Yeah.
So going, if we go, just so everyone gets a better picture of this, going with the house analogy, right? So you guys are given blueprints for a house, casino, whatever. You're working on the roof. There's another team working on the copper piping, the plumbing, the foundation, the insulation, the walls, etc. So all those teams are working on all these individual pieces separately, and then they're all going to bring their piece together and put it together and see what that house looks like. And then it's like, oh shit, the roof is completely wrong. We need to take the roof back and redo it. The plumbing's all messed up. Everyone's going back and fixing stuff, and then they're bringing it back. And then on the other layer of that, you have people that need it. You have the different consoles, the different PCs. So you need essentially like 3 different versions of perfect execution blending together to form what was supposed to be the vision of Battlefield 2042. All the while, you're building your part of the roof in your basement, as well as all your team is apart. You can't ever work together, and you need to call each other. And
it's all over Zoom.
Yeah.
And, you
so
know,
it's a nightmare.
It's cross time zones, and so like I'm talking to Criterion and I'm talking to Stockholm, and so I'm getting up at weird times. And like they're tired, and I'm just waking up, and like you know, it's like all
like, hey guys, this is where I left off. This is where you'll pick up, and then
you're literally handing it to them. You know what I mean? You're like, hey, I got it to here. Have fun. I'm going.
So did you guys do like a review every day? Like, hey, this is what I did. Let me run you through it quick. This is where you pick it up. Was that something?
It was just because we're a strike team, and because that's like kind of limited in scope, that allowed us to communicate so easily on Slack that it was just nonstop. You know what I mean? It was like always. It was just like. And we actually, you know, some Slacks are just like people, you know, talking to the whole room. We'd actually have threads that would just go way deep. You know, you'd see one topic, one question. Somebody's like, hey, performance on this is weird. And then that's like 106 replies. And you're just like, oh, God, I wonder where that goes. You know what I mean? Like, and so like, yeah, it's one of the things I want to acknowledge is that these people that were brought in that were like on these strike teams have a really weird vantage point of the whole thing, right? Like we're not executing sprints. We only get glimpses of like what the kind of like overarching user stories even are. You know what I mean? And it's like much less the original pitch or high concept and all that stuff. Like I'd never even seen that, you know, like kind of stuff. So like we only get to see like a little bits of that because it's not a job, you know what I mean? So like we're not supposed to know.
Doesn't really concern you at all.
It has nothing to do with what we're doing, like zero, right? And occasionally, like with a performance thing, we might reach out to like somebody that's in a sprint and be like, what is going on with this? You know what I mean? Particular thing, which is like why I told that whole UI story. Is because it's like, what the hell is going on with UI? You know, and so that played its way out. You know, like we figured it out. We debugged all the things. We let them do some really creative stuff, like in the front end, like in the menus and stuff like that. Like we let them kind of go wild with the art and in those areas. Like the budgets were different, and then the budgets in game were like totally different, right? And we worked it all out, and so that is just one tiny little illustration. Back to your like building the casino, man. You know what I mean? That's just a story of like 1 week. You know, there was this one really weird week where the ductwork didn't line up with. You know what I mean?
Tornado came through, it burned down or whatever.
So it's just a weird story, and it's also you can actually point at it. Because there's so much that happens in development that I can talk about that you have no idea, literally no idea what I'm even saying. You know what I mean? It's like, because the HDR format of the render target is this, and the bandwidth on that bus is this, you're never going to be able to hit the front. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I can't talk about a lot of it.
It gets super technical and small little things.
It's a horrifically technical, especially performance. It's horrifically technical, and it's about how all these things execute on the GPU and all this stuff. And it's like, unless you're really proficient, you can't even have the conversation. Let's work on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's a really niche thing. It's a real like specialized thing, and I'm not saying it like I'm this senior developer. I'm saying it like I'm a specialized developer.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, yeah. And so I don't have many stories where I can actually like point, you know, and be like, okay, performance. What the hell does that mean? Well, how do I tell one of the performance stories? You know what I mean? And it's like the icon is like the only thing that's like, well, everybody knows what that is, you know, like everybody sees them, like, you know, and somebody wrote me direct message and they were like, hey man, I listened to this thing on podcast, and they said it like wraps my brain inside out to think that the icon was costing as much as the vehicle in the profile. You know what I mean? He was like, I just had to like sit there and wrap my brain around it. And I was like, that so well illustrates game development. You know what I mean? It's like,
it floored me.
A lot of the stuff that happens, and please don't just take one little story. But a lot of the stuff that happens is like, how do you even wrap your head around? You know what I mean? Like this, you know, like
then picture a million of those things in every area.
A million all the time. Yeah. And there's like, you know, things have gone like crazy, like multi-core, multi-threaded, everything's Java-fied, nothing runs serial anymore at all. And so like you've got, there's literally a debug screen. I wish so bad I could show you this, but it has like these little bars for every job, and it like, it's like a photosensitivity concern to look at it. You know what I mean? It's just like flashing like all over the place. And it's like literally all the little like, you know, spawn jobs executing wherever they execute on this, you know, and if one depends on another and another depends on another, you get a stall condition. And it's just like, this is like,
I've seen very similar stuff, and it's not fun. And that's a really good point. I want to turn it over to Crash. I know Crash has a lot of questions here, but I just want to emphasize that the analogy we just laid out here was excellent. And so for me personally, I've been a Battlefield fan forever. I love Battlefield more than Call of Duty, more than anything, which is ironic because I built a Call of Duty channel. So I don't know how that happened.
Wow.
But you know, Battlefield's always been my number one. So with 2042, you know, I purchased a $120 version of it, and obviously disappointed with what it was at launch, not because of what you know, there's a lot of reasons, but I could see the potential, right? And it seems like now, even with the season 2 trailer, right, the potential, you're finally, it feels like that initial pitch or that vision is now coming to fruition. So I think now that what you're telling us with the Agile methodology of project management, how the project was run, the delays because of the engine rework. So, you know, whenever development even started, it was way behind schedule to begin with. But what you're saying, we're way ahead of schedule. Things are looking good, but that's based all on data, analytics.
Data.
It's not based on, you know, actual in-game play testing results. It's just bar graphs is what you're basing that off of. And then you throw COVID in there, it creates a recipe for disaster. So I can completely understand why this game ended up how it did.
You know how ambitious the whole thing, you know, right? So you're like, I like what you said about you're starting to see like what the creative vision was. You know what I mean? I like that a lot. By the way, I'm not involved in the creative, you know, vision. I have nothing to do with any of that stuff, but I like what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like I'm starting to see now
that end product that everyone probably had in mind.
What everyone was picturing at the beginning, like how they pictured it all ending up, right? And it's like, would they have been that ambitious if they knew COVID was coming? Of course not.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like it would have been like, scope the game differently. You know what that means. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And it's like, well, now what can we deliver on? And in this new kind of like environment that we're in, it's just as like if like you had a bunch of attrition or something like that, you know, like something really weird happens in the middle of your title, which didn't happen here. But like if you had something like that happen, a lot of times you'll rescope and figure out like, well, how can we turn this into still a deliverable that we're like, you know, we want to like, you know, stamp our name on it and stuff like that. And you know, so if you kind of hold all that together in your head of like there was original creative like pitch, then there's the blueprints, then there's the casino that everybody's operating on in parallel, right? Like doing all the different parts at the same time, you know,
by themselves, not even with their team in person.
Yeah. You can start to see like, oh, the paint's up, the carpet's down. This is starting to look like a casino. You know what I mean? Like, and so you get that feeling of like the building's totally coming together. Like it's totally coming together. And that isn't any kind of like statement of like how the audience is going to be with it, because I don't want to like that to get lost in here.
It's completely different.
Is a mystery to us, like how Seinfeld was talking about. He likes to go see the dynamic between the comedian and the audience, because you just never know what the audience is going to do, you know, or how they're going to react or whatever. And it's like, we'd like to think that they're predictable. They're not. If they were, all movies would be hits. You know what I mean? And like, and all games would, you know, kill it and blah, 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 blah. You know, you don't know, right? And so you do all these things to like try to take the temperature and kind of like get a feel or read the room. You know what I mean? Like you do all these different things, and that comes into like the whole that you know that it is. And you know, thankfully, we live in a world where whatever ships on the day that it ships isn't just the bits that you're committed to for the rest of your life. You know what I mean? Like we don't.
Otherwise, we wouldn't see the updates.
We don't live in that world, right? Yeah. So now there's still like the opportunity to start understanding the original vision, understanding the evolution of the vision, and then understanding where it's all like really going, you know, and because that's something else, right? There's like, you start to see a trajectory, and it's like, you know, it's like, okay, I can kind of see this trajectory, and well, I mean, like whether or not like that's even something that you like or not is a totally different discussion, but at least you can, you know, kind of like start to get a feel for it.
And that's exactly. And I know one of the things we see, so like you said, if the project wasn't rescoped, so the scope, everyone knows, is the scope is, this is our end vision, this is what we want the game to be, that's our end goal, that's what we're going to reach by production date. So obviously a lot of obstacles came up, so the game should have been rescoped or delayed, but that's way outside the realm of any developer's choice. That's upper EA management to make those decisions. So when we look at, and I see a comment in chat, audience mystery, Battlefield 3-4 remake, but again, that's upper management decisions. So if those decisions are made and they're given to development teams are only doing what they're given, and that's their.
That was my question. What level do those get made?
It's upper management who makes all those decisions. They came up with the blueprints, you know, what the scope of the game was, the design choices, all of that.
And we should be clear that like the process is similar to like big films and stuff like that. You basically you pitch it, right?
Yes.
So you come up with your big vision of the whole thing. You have supporting artwork. You might have some supporting like little prototypes and stuff like that, and then you pitch it, and you pitch it to like a room of executives. And if they, you know, if they buy the, you know, pitch, then they kind of like give it the stamp of approval, and they say, go ahead, begin production. You know, that's how a game starts. That's how a game gets made.
Right.
I'm not describing Battlefield. I'm describing game making. Right. Yeah. You do a pitch. The exec team listens to it. Marketing asks their questions and stuff like that, and everybody has this big thing. And then at some point they say, yeah, that's it. Go with it. And then that turns into, you know, blueprints that get executed on by the dev teams.
Right. And then, I mean, with you back to your movie analogy from earlier, like Gods of Egypt, right? You see movies all the time nowadays, the movie didn't turn out what it could have been, and it turns out studio interference. The director had no control. We see it all the time if anybody follows the movie industry. So we see it all the time. So I mean that puts that makes things. I guess everything makes sense to me now, and I had an idea that's obviously what was going on, but I mean that really paints the picture, I think, for sure. And now Crash, I know you have
to be
a
clear,
lot of questions
I was on a strike team, remember, right? So
right,
like
you weren't even on the dev team.
I'm not even on sprints in the dev team.
Right.
So my visibility into like anything that happened prior to, like May or whenever
doesn't even concern you at all. Yeah.
I don't even know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So like again, really like what was your word for it at the beginning? Candid. I'm going to be candid about it. Like I don't have any idea even how that process worked. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how many iterations the creative process went through. I don't know anything. You know what I mean? I don't know if there was interference. I don't know if there's no interference. Sometimes don't always assume that there was production interference always. Like on Gods of Egypt there was, right, on that story, right? But sometimes they'll do the opposite and they'll say like, we absolutely trust you 100% and
do whatever you do.
This is dangerous also. This is also dangerous, right? The opposite of any supervision at all. You know what I mean? It's like and then you get
there's a small middle ground there.
You get the inmates running the asylum, you know what I mean? And like, and like all hell breaks loose. The point is, I have no idea what happened. I have no clue.
Well, either with the actual development teams, they wouldn't know.
They probably wouldn't know either.
Yeah, they have no idea.
But my point is that anything that happened prior to May 1st, I literally don't have any idea. Like I haven't even heard of like a rumor or anything like that. Like and this isn't even something Devs talk about. You know what I mean? Like we talk about like what people on construction sites talk about. Like nail guns and stuff like that. Like how are we going to go about like executing on this blueprint here? Like that's what we talk about. Nobody's talking about like what the architect had in. You know what I mean? It's like
exactly.
we're not. Why would we? You know what I mean? And it's like
the blueprint's the blueprint. You're concerned with your part.
Yeah, well, a structure like software or a real physical structure, it's not changing now anyway.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's like it's
too late in the project.
Way too late. It's like you don't make architecture decisions when you're putting up the third floor. You know, you don't. Not how. That's just not how anything works, right? And,
so when you look, I mean, that's so like with that point, like scoreboard, okay, whatever happened on a scoreboard, you don't know, but that's the equivalent of okay, the third floor is going up. We want, instead of this window, we want a walkout deck with a pool or something, right?
Doesn't happen.
Jesus, that's going to take a long time. We're going to do that after we finish it.
Doesn't happen.
We have to go, but exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. And like you might imagine like that it's possible. And again, speaking of all game development, you might imagine that it's possible to just go like, well, we just won't do this sprint and this, or we won't do this whole user story, and now we'll do this one. You know what I mean? And put a whole balcony out there and stuff like that. Doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen that way. No. Like, I mean, somebody could argue that would make game development different or better or something like that. I don't care, but like that's not the way.
That's what we call like a day 2 item. So after it's done, then we would go back.
We absolutely
release.
We use the same names, right?
Yeah, okay.
So there's like all this day 0 stuff, day 1 stuff, day 2 stuff, and they don't mean what they sound like. It doesn't mean the second day.
No.
And so.
Months down the line.
That occurs on all projects. You know, like some things get tagged as like, okay, day 1. You know, like it's cool, but it's risky, and a lot of times technical directors will make those decisions. You know what I mean? Like, one of the things I worked on a lot was facial animation, because it's really expensive to run, as you might kind of guess. It is, right? Like seeing it in the main menu, like on a guy or something like that, is super isolated. You know what I mean? He's standing in like with text or something like that.
Yeah, certain lighting, all that.
There's no terrain. There's no buildings. There's, he's all by himself. And so whatever his facial animation cost is, like, who cares? But when it's all these people on a map and it's like, you can't just snap like LOD snap from somebody not animating to all of a sudden they have a facial expression. That is like that is horrifying. You know what I mean? And so it literally can't happen. And so there's like all these really complex systems where like I have a face until like I turn away from anyone that can see me, and then I don't. You know what I mean? And like I'm not doing any facial animation stuff. And I got really involved in that system because like in the strike team, that was one of the features that was like the last thing, you know what I mean? And then I'm not saying late or anything like that. I'm just saying the way they scheduled out the whole game, blend shapes, that's what they're that's what they're called. Blend shapes just happened to be at the end of the schedule from the beginning. They were at the end of the schedule.
So it was just planned. Yeah.
That doesn't mean bad, right? Okay. It doesn't mean something that's at the end of the schedule doesn't mean that that anything bad happened. It's just at the end of the schedule. And so because it was at the end of the schedule, it had gotten like the least like iterations. It had just been born. It's like a really complicated system. It's really, really intensive to run. It's almost obscene that you could think that would happen in the middle of all the other gameplay stuff that's happening. You know what I mean? It's just like, how does anyone expect that to work, right? And like at the fidelity that you're seeing it in the front end, by the way, like we're doing the high fidelity face animation stuff like in game. It's really insane. And so it because it was like one of the last things, I just spent tons of time like on that one, you know, like over and over and over and over and over. And I have all kinds of cool like debug screenshots that show like how all this stuff is like wired up and that kind of thing. And by the way, just a little rant on the side here. I would absolutely love it if we had something like the movies where you got a behind the scenes look at everything. You know what I mean? Like I would really, really, really think that would be cool. I think like going back to Crash's like original thing on his message to me, he said, I want a better understanding between devs and you know what I mean, like and the audience, right?
And,
like,
I mean that's what Modern Warfare 2 is doing. I mean they're doing little segments like that, and I think that's exactly what we would love to see, right? If that were happening within DICE and Battlefield, that'd offer a huge insight from the audience. It'd be huge.
I think every team should do it. I think every team should do it. You know what I mean? Like I think there should be a reality show that just, you know what I mean?
That'd
like
be cool.
airs all year long. And it may be hard to follow because so much is going on at the same time. But you know, I want nothing more than to give the audience like a window into, you know what I mean? Like how the kind of this all goes down. And we're doing it the hard way. We're like sitting here on, you know, like with our webcams trying to talk about casinos and blueprints and you know what I mean? Like it's like this is like we're working to try to like kind of get these things across, and they just, you know, don't anyone dare call them an excuse, because this is like just describing the way that software development happens. That's literally what we're doing.
It is how it happens. I mean, when you say like, well, why wasn't there? When people say why wasn't there a scoreboard? There's been a scoreboard previously. Blah blah blah. Like that is such a small little piece of. It's so complex outside of just, you can't just put a scoreboard in if it wasn't in the initial scope. Whatever was going on, we don't. It's so much more complex.
It's like and the there are some things that are just like a complete mystery to me, and I don't mind that. Like I don't even mind that when I see other entertainment like movies and plays and things like that. Like why did they choose to do that? Like it's kind of a mystery, right, to me. Like I don't know why they chose to do something creatively rather than some other thing, right? That's like part of that's the artistry, right? Like that is why do one thing rather than another thing? That's the
a lot of that is also like from your purposes is, you know, not on purpose, but it's essentially compartmentalized, right? You're only concerned with your area is same as every other dev team, and lights on teams,
Yeah,
all that stuff. It's very compartmentalized.
Totally. I'm saying I see it like an outside observer does.
Yeah.
Like in the sense of I don't know why creative decisions were made or weren't made or anything. I wasn't there for the argument in the room. You know what I mean? Like, who knows? Like, maybe it almost
no developer would have been either. No developer would have ever been part of that. Yeah.
No. And you mean sometimes in pre-production, some of this stuff gets hashed out, like in meeting rooms and like in larger audiences and stuff like that. Like sometimes, but like once it gets down to the sprint has started, what we call full production. So like once full production starts, it's like the lock comes down on the roller coaster. You know what I mean?
You're stuck.
And it starts to go up the thing. You know what I mean? And it's like, dude, you're on the ride now. You know what I mean? It's like the sprints are what the sprints are, and it'd be really hazardous to like lift this off. You know what I mean? Like right in the middle of development. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I got a good idea.
Like a day 6 item. Yeah.
What if the track did this right here? No, dude.
Right.
The track, you're on the track.
Yeah, and you're stuck, and that paints a really good picture too. I think we started really well here with the groundwork, how the project went from the ground up, development, the scope, everything. I want to throw it over to Crash because now that we have a good understanding of, we understand a lot now. I think that tells me everything I need to know. So I know Crash has some more specific questions related to maybe different parts of development, gameplay, things like that. I want to throw it over to Crash, and I think we built a good foundation that whatever Crash is asking, we have a good background and understand where things went.
I think a lot of the questions that people have been asking, because I've had a fairly good like pulse on the community and what everyone is quote unquote complaining about or doesn't like. I fall into that category. I think what I'm kind of realizing how this has enlightened me is that I'm understanding now like how complicated everything is. And my general gripes with the game is I'm one of those people that if you were pitching that stuff to me at the beginning, I wouldn't be on board with it day one. I'm not a huge fan of the specialist. I'm really upset kind of that there's no server browser. I think like a lot of stuff like that I don't really like. I like the traditional class system. I would have preferred, smaller maps, and I'm cool with the 64 players instead of having to get 128 to work, right? Like all that stuff that was on the blueprint, I'm not that big of a fan of. But what you guys have talked about is you're telling me that that's not the vision, that's not the goal, that's not part of the track. That'd be like you built the casino and you're like, hey, we need a bathroom over here. Well, we just built 4 stories above it. There's no plumbing there. We would have to take the whole thing down and trench in new plumbing lines to put a bathroom over there. It's not going to happen. If it's not in the first part of the vision, it's probably not going to make it in. So that's what I'm realizing, and that's what I hope a lot of other people realizing, because I feel like 80% of the gripes can be put into that. A lot of the decisions made at the beginning are not a lot that the traditional Battlefield community enjoys, or some of the things that they would want to see. There was too much experimentation. So that's cool.
You're like, if I heard that pitch on day one, I'm like, no, and you knew exactly why too, right? You knew exactly why that was not the pitch for you if you heard the initial creative. That means you were lost. You know what I mean? We lost you on the pitch. We lost you on the pitch, right?
Yeah. And a lot of people, I think.
We're talking about an end product. You know what I mean? Like, so.
And it's like, getting there, and I hope I'm hoping people like me can respect that even though it's not a vision that I agree with, unfortunately, or a decent chunk of the community, that it's not like you guys did it on purpose to make me mad or to make traditional Battlefield mad. And the portal was in there. You guys had a vision, and you bust your ass to get there. And
upper management had a vision.
The
development team. There was their vision.
Did the vision. They did. And by the way, you can also complain about development issues that made it all the way through out into the real world. Those are all fine to complain about. Also, we talked way too much about like the creative side. I just wanted everyone to understand the stages of like there's an architect, then there's blueprints, then there's guy with a nail gun, right? Like I wanted everyone to understand that. Like that's really important. You know, like the fact that you can't, and I know we've said this like 4 times, but I'm going to say it a 5th time. You cannot have slot machines on the first floor, poker on the second floor, and then decide, you know, and then the room starting on the 3rd floor. You cannot decide later that you're going to add one more like slot machine floor, right? It doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? Those are bedrooms, right? And so that's how development runs, right? And some other team somewhere might do some weird thing where they're like, stop in the middle and let's rethink the design of the whole thing, even though we haven't seen how these systems come together or anything. It's just not how software is built. You know what I mean? It's just not how it's built.
Can I try to shoot some questions at you that are like specific?
Yeah, for sure. I'll try to do a rapid fire. Because it's so dumb that somebody that's just on the strike team would have like this much like airtime on battle. You know what I mean? Like,
no, this is huge.
Like I have one weird perspective.
Huge insight,
man. Like I did performance stuff. I wasn't involved in the creative. It's like all these things that are like really interesting decisions and stuff like that. I just trying to help you understand the structure that it all happens, like the context that development happens in, and I'm trying to paint the best picture I can.
And you know what else? You'll actually talk to me. So that's what
hell yeah. No, dude, I told you. It's because I'm gonna let you ask your questions, but like it's because right here, like on my phone, it says goals of the discussion: bridge knowledge gap between devs and gamers. And even down lower, Crash said, I apologize for just live reading this stuff.
It's all
I always feel so ignorant when talking about the dev side of gaming, and I really want to learn. That's why I said yes.
Yeah.
You understand that? Like, that's why I said yes to this. It's like, hey, am I doing PR for EA? No, I don't even work there anymore. And it has nothing to do with any of this stuff. We'll get into that later. But it has nothing to do with any of it. So I don't even work there anymore. I don't care about EA. I didn't care about EA PR when I was there, and I certainly don't care about it now. And then like I just want like kind of like for the whole like industry, not just not a title that I was witness to, right? For the whole like industry, I want there to be more of WAP. More of what Crash asked for. That's what I want.
Yeah, same.
That's why I said yes to the meeting. You know what I mean? And so if anybody asks, what the hell did he talk that long about Battlefield when he's on the strike team? Well, it's because of the question that Crash asked. And I've been doing this for 19 years. You know what I mean? So I'm not just a guy on the diner. You know what I mean? You know what I mean like that? Like, there's a guy in the diner that knows something about everything. You can bring up like any topic at all, and they just have a whole bunch to say, about it. The guy that knows something about everything, that guy. I'm not him. I'm not a guy in a diner when it comes to what game development actually is, right? And that's what I'm trying to like help get across, And it's like the only way to get across is with actual examples. Well, it's like, do you want to talk about a made-up game? No, let's talk about a real game, And do you want to talk about made-up features? No, let's talk about the features that were in the game. So, like, hopefully devs that worked on some of this don't get too butthurt and understand that this is like, just using it as a tool to communicate how all this crap works.
That's my goal. I don't want to.
If you work on something visual that people can see, then you're in the danger zone. I might talk about it. If you're at the level of doing like system stuff, well, then you're safe because I'm not going to talk about that crap. You know what I mean? Like there could have been an absolute fire under the hood there. I can't tell the story. So like I'm only going to like use things that I can actually point at.
Yeah.
And so it's like, does that represent the actual challenges of the Battlefield development team? No, it's just one stupid story.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just like one time we got to the job and the guy brought the wrong nails for the nail gun. That's it. That's the level of the story. You know what I mean? It's just like one crazy thing happened on one day that I can kind of explain how like this stuff works, right? And so that's the context that story kind of like lives in, and that's the context that all of this lives in. It's like, I hope you guys understand that we are talking about game development, like
yeah,
period.
And I just wish,
period.
and I wish more developers were like you and would be more open to it. But I totally get why they're not.
I hope this gives the confidence. I hope this, one or two is like, all right, I'll kind of do that also, right? I'll do that with whatever. They can be an Ubisoft guy or whatever.
And we'd love to have you.
It's like come on here and just do it. You know what I mean? Like talk about how we do all this stuff, and because literally people want to know. Like that. Like I was just reading on off the DMs or whatever. And by the way, I don't think that Crash is lying to me. I literally think there's both like you're an aficionado, you know what I mean? Like you guys are, and so is the audience, that you guys are like not just idle movie goers, you know what I mean? That are just like, well, the trailers were good. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like you're there for like every little piece of how,
exactly.
you know what I mean? Like you're a whole different kind of audience, right? Like than what I would call the general audience, right? And
exactly, for sure. So that's a good point. Yeah,
and so are all your viewers. You know what I mean? They're not. Trust me, they stopped listening a long time ago. You know what I mean? Like if they're not in your camp, with this stuff,
right?
If they don't want to understand, like all this stuff, right? Like me and Dark City and Gods of Egypt, I want to understand what the hell. What's going on? I listen to all the podcasts, and so like, and thankfully that guy would go talk to people of all things, and most artists don't. You never even hear from them, right? Yeah. And it's like the rule in gaming seems to be radio silence. You know what I mean? And even on successes too, you rarely see. True. Like in the movies, you see a huge movie that did really well. They all go around to the talk shows. You know what I mean? And like do that whole thing. You don't see us on either side, right?
Right.
Like it could be a biggest hit ever. It's like, where's all the guys from Red Dead? Why aren't they on the podcast circuit? You know what I mean? And by the way, you guys should be also trying to figure out how big successes are. You know what I mean? Like, like how did something exceed all expectations in every way? As a dev, I'd listen to that. Like, you know what I mean?
What is it? Dark Souls, right?
When I play, Dark Souls, right? Oh my God! If
Elden
somebody
Ring.
interviewed them, you know what I mean? So if somebody interviewed From Software, I would just sit there glued to the TV for the whole thing. I just glued. And so, like that's like a totally different kind of person at the movies, right?
Right.
And you got like in a whole movie theater, there's one of them. You know what I mean? It's like I've been watching the progression of the art, and you know what I mean? And like I'm here to like really look at like every decision that was made, and I'm going to be evaluating every creative decision. And other people are just, you know what I mean? They're just there for the roller coaster. You know, like that's it.
So
and they want to burn 2 hours or whatever. And so you're a different kind of audience, and so you're going to get a different level of service. You're going to get like developers that are going to talk to you, and they don't know that you want to know this stuff. I'm speaking to your whole audience, by the way. They don't know that that's what you're curious about. All they hear is that you don't like the vision or the way it was implemented or the way it was anything, you know what I mean? Or whatever. My suggestion didn't make it in or whatever. They don't know that you're curious about how all this stuff gets put together and why things happen the way they happen and how it all works structurally and how a game gets made from nothing. And, like they don't know that you're actually curious about all that stuff.
Yeah. It's just cool to hear. Cause like when I talk on my channel about a game, even though my channel's really small and just, getting going, I really fucking appreciate somebody clicking on and watching my video. So when I say something, I want it to have value and be informed. And I've just always loved video games. And I kind of started getting into a little bit more like talking about the news and development, stuff like that. And I don't want to just talk out of my ass. And I know there's a lot of people, I I've just seen in my comments and stuff, there's a lot of other people that get interested in that kind of stuff and want to know why it's like this. And I want to say, like, if I don't like something in a game, I don't want to be one of those people that's like, this sucks, this is stupid. Like, why would you even do that? It's dumb. Fix it. I want to be like, well, I want to be informed about it. Like, this probably is this way, like this, even though I don't agree with it. I want to be like respectful of the developers and their work, but be able to still like have my opinions, but be humble and know that who fucking cares what I think. But I just want to be intelligent when I talk. I just want to be intelligent when I talk.
First of all, I want to give Crash like a lot of respect here, because you're like reaching a whole different level of like, kind of like going to the museum and there's like art on the wall, and you know, you're there with another person and they're like, this is brilliant, and you're like, I don't see it. Help me understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, help me understand this painting. I think it's terrible. What do you see in this? You know what I mean? You're actually at that kind of a level of like, what are you seeing that I don't see? Because I want to understand what you see. You know what I mean? That kind of like appreciation of the art. And that's great, man. Like, I think that's really cool. And it's just like so much more like further along than just like, I could have just seen God of Egypt and been like, that was crap, and like left.
Dog shit movie.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm like you. I want to go back and find out. Like,
yeah, it's curious to me, and I want to be able to like speak intelligently about it, I guess. And
yeah.
same, like you just want to know why.
Yeah, I mean, you said something. Hold on, I'm sorry, Crash. I keep taking this from you.
Man, we got we're fine. I don't care how long we talk.
He said this in our DMs. I keep reading them, but like, he wrote later. He goes, I just want to make videos and content that's valuable and worth a shit. Isn't that a pure reason to do something? You know what I mean? Like, I was like so impressed by that. And it's like, that's what everyone's trying to do. No, they're not. They're trying to grow their fucking numbers, and you know what I mean? They're engaging in their stupid monetizations. They're trying to do all kinds of different stuff. That's a great reason to want to do something, you know? Like, that's a great reason to accept being on a show. It's because that's what he's trying to do, you know? And it's like, all right, how can I help?
Thank you.
Crash, how can I help you do that? You know what I mean? Like, I'll do whatever I can, and I'll give you my whole Rolodex, and if any of them will come help, I'll invite them also. Because I know I know all the domains, right? Like, I got, you know, executive producers, and you know, like, and they can help answer some of this for us. They can, you know, my lights went out. They can help answer, you know, like some of these other things that are like a little bit of a mystery to some of the rest of us. Like, you know, how are some of these creative decisions made, and why are they made? You know what I mean? Like, what's the whole process that you go through and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Because, dude, I'm as clueless as you are. Like,
yeah, that's awesome.
I got no idea.
Yeah, that's
Hell
awesome.
if I know. I'm gonna see if I can. Hey, ask me a question. I'm gonna see if I can find my like.
All right.
My light here.
Okay, so I want to, because I really want to get to what you're working on now. But I just have a few specific questions. I want to talk about Frostbite a little bit. That's something you mentioned in the Draw Call podcast, which is a podcast I'm going to keep listening to. That's super cool what those guys are doing. That's like some of the only like dev content that I know of, like where they just talk about game development. So definitely going to check that out going forward. But you talked about the newer Frostbite engine and the upgrade and some of the challenges with it. You talked about some of the positives with it. And then did you work much with Crossplay? Or did that come into your wheelhouse at all?
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is the one time that you've actually asked something where like I can't answer you.
Okay, because I have a massive.
I do have an answer. I can't talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay. I have a massive theory about Crossplay.
I can't say it.
No worries.
First of all, it would be interesting for your audience, and it would be interesting for me to be able to give you candid answers. That can't happen. Okay. And I can't even tell you why. So
we'll assume you have an NDA and we can leave it at that.
What could I possibly tell you that would?
Nah, don't get in trouble. It ain't worth it.
No, I'll just tell you that it's a big conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just
I
tell
think
you
so.
that. It's a
That's-
big
I can
conversation.
imagine.
like the, it's like on some things, some people may be like, yeah, you got your tinfoil hat on or whatever. You know what I mean? On this one, I wouldn't blame it on in a dev studio, or
Yeah.
something like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, and so stuff, right? My answer.
Potentially,
Reasons,
allegedly stuff. We got
because
things and
reasons-
deals, and then when you have
there's reasons and
synergy.
and I don't think this would be a secret to anybody, but there's usually, not always, there's usually not a technical reason that can't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you kind of all know that, right?
Yep.
Like, there's not usually a technical reason that can't happen.
Yeah.
There is one, and that's like if your game is deterministic and it's only communicates controller input between like multiplayer stuff, and it has to run deterministically on both machines, that can potentially not work cross-platform. I will say that. So if your game is designed in a particular kind of multiplayer way, and it relies on determinism, I know this is like some words that are going to just make people tune out. But if your game relies on determinism to play, in some cases that really just might not be possible in crossplay. So with that one exception, most of what people kind of imagine could be,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like from a technical perspective, right?
Okay.
And you got to just imagine that there's a lot of different people with different reasons and opinions, and you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, yeah. I can't say any more than that.
No worries.
Yeah.
I feel, yeah. I just think I can say what I think, right? And you don't have to say, like, you could just be
You can
quiet.
say whatever you want.
Okay. Yeah. I think the way I feel about it is based on my experience with the game. So in the game, when I change settings for controller, it messes with my mouse input, and there's a mouse input issue with the game. And I feel like how crossplay wasn't ready for the beta and the technical test, that there's a fundamental input issue at the engine level causing those delays in the mouse input, which I think is tied to rendering times and like input lag. Like it feels like when there's a lot going on the screen, the mouse feels laggy. I think those issues that seem silly and fundamental, and it should be in a shooting game, are caused by adding crossplay late in the cycle. And it was a problem. It was hard to make work in a Battlefield game with that many players. And another reason why like VoIP wasn't there at launch. I was really upset that VoIP wasn't there. And for a game mode like Hazard Zone, where people have to like work together, communicate cross-platform. So you had a game where I could play on PC, and this is a reason like a lot of nights if I'm playing with friends on console, I have to play Warzone so I can talk to them in the in-game chat. That's now Discord's coming out across everything and stuff like that. So I thought that not having VoIP was really rough, but it's having, I don't know. I just think crossplay was like a bitch.
Sorry, man. You got into a lot of different weeds that I didn't know you were
and
going towards.
I'm probably way off. And you don't have to talk about it.
I answered something a little bit different than you asked. I just want to clear that up. So rewind the tape a little bit. I was talking about
Frostbite.
A bigger conversation about Frostbite in our. Sorry. I was talking about a conversation in our industry about how crossplay like does or it doesn't exist. I was talking about something else. I was talking about a larger conversation, period. You're talking about an actual like crossplay implementation, and that I can actually say one thing about. I worked, before I got pulled from my strike team, in an applied research and development team. And one of the things that we were working on is measuring objectively, electronically, input latency. Okay. So literally from input time, button press, to thing happening on the screen, how many milliseconds, went by. And the reason that's so important for us to measure is so that it's the same, you know what I mean? Like across like all different platforms. And there's a bunch of other reasons too. Like in competitive play, it's like, well, we got to make dang sure that it's the same on every different setup, right? Like imagine like a big arena with a bunch of like competitive play, like for real money, you know, machines set up there. It's like what he's talking about, latency. What he's talking about is input latency.
Mm-hmm.
That matters a lot. And all I can say is that there is like an existing crazy electronic like prototype that's all built to measure input latency. That's all built to try to resolve the exact things that you were talking about, and be able to know like numerically that the latency on this device is the same as the latency on this device, and we can prove because we can measure it.
Cool.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah, I agree. It's really important, and it feels. And I know you didn't work on PC, and I'm on PC.
No, but I did work on the latency project, so like it's a real thing, and we're public about it. There's pictures of it out in the public and stuff like that, and other developers are wondering how we made it, and there's public chatter about all of this stuff.
Okay.
I'm not like revealing something secret. It's just it normally never comes up. But yeah, we prototyped a device that my lights keep turning off. We prototyped it.
Closing time.
Let me see if I can just kick it. No, yeah, they're set to go off at 9 and like 9:15. Hold on, I'm gonna kick it.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Can you when you get back, can you talk about how with crossplay, how controller input and mouse input is like related, or where it's split? Like, because
all I can tell, I don't want to burn any more time on it. All I can tell you is that like it's 100% like a science, right? You know what I mean? Like it's you know, like they're different devices, but there are some things that are measurable, and there's like poll rates, and like how often is the controller being polled, and how often is the mouse being polled, and like how often is that input loop actually sampling it, and it's just like a whole involved like thing. And I have absolutely no knowledge of like the particular thing that you talked about, right? The thing that you actually said, I don't know anything about it, and it's the first time I've ever even heard it spoken. So I can't speak to anything about it other than to say that's something we totally know about, and that's something that we're actively trying to like build hardware to make work right. Because the only way to make it work right now is subjectively. You know what I mean? It's like it's really hard to like numerically prove that the way it's happening over here on this console is the exact way that it's happening over here on this other platform. It's just really difficult. It comes down to little human beings saying like, okay, seems right, or something, some version of that, right? Not talking about Battlefield, not talking about Battlefield, not talking about Battlefield. I'm talking about input latency. And the fact that, and by the way, it's important even on a single, like if somebody was shipping on a single console and the only place they were shipping was the Xbox One Series X, input latency still matters. A gameplay, designer somewhere decided that that was the exact feel that they wanted, right? Like, I'm going really old school, but like on SSX, however it felt to control the snowboard or whatever, they decided that was it. That was the feel they want. That all comes from when I move the stick, how does the game react to it? And you know what I mean? And in Madden, you don't have like turn on a dime. You know what I mean? Like when in FIFA, you don't have you don't. There's like a whole, if they're not on the right foot, they got to get on the plant foot, and then they got to pivot, and they got to do things that are like, physically correct and all this stuff. And so it's just a really big like topic of like, how does the game respond when I do this, and these are different devices. And so it's becomes like a technical thing of like, how do I really like compare these, two things? A button is easy. It's like if I press the, X button versus when I press the left mouse button, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
were they identical? That's simple. When you're trying to compare joystick and mouse movement and stuff like that, it gets a little hairier.
Yeah.
But it's known, it's talked about, it's an active conversation. I'm not talking about Battlefield. In our R&D group, we partnered with different teams. I can't name them. They have code names anyway. You wouldn't know what they were. We partnered with different game teams that are in active development right now to start doing this in development, measuring latency, so that they know that they, even during development, that from build to build to build to build,
That's awesome.
they didn't throw something off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's like, if they have it where like they're like, that's the fuel we want, that's it, lock it down. Man, if I could take you back in time to like the old school Madden days, they literally would put two TVs up next to each other and put two PlayStation 2s in front of them, you know, and take a milestone 2 build and a milestone 3 build and have controller and controller and just be like, dude, not the same. Look, feel, play, try. Doesn't feel the same.
Yep.
You know, that literally happened. They would literally do that and set two systems up and stuff like that. So that's like the origins of this. This has not recently become like a big deal. And it's not even just crossplay or anything like that. It's like latency, or how the game interacts to what you're doing here or there. You know what I mean? Is just a huge, important topic in gaming. Dude, it's called interactive entertainment. Like,
right.
That's like, you're talking about the heart and soul of it, right? It's like when I manipulate the input like this, what happens up there on the screen? And frame rate matters, and like it's just so many things, like like in the console world, we talk about like lock, you know, like whatever it is.
Target.
If it's lock 60, lock 90, lock 120, lock whatever the number is, don't get too hung up on that. Then we get there. You know what I mean? Like, we figure out some way to get there. Even if we do like dynamic resolution or something like that, we figure some way we're going to get to lock. That's what we call it, lock. And you may even see some visual glitches, like some parts of an explosion disappear or something, you know, like that. Or their facial animation stops, you know, like you might even see something that we did just to hold performance. You know what I mean? Like somewhere in the frame, we're like, we're not going to make it to the end of we're not going to make it in time. And so we'll ditch on stuff. And like in the console world, it's a whole thing. In the PC world, and this is not EA, this is not any particular game. This is just the world of PC. And the world of PC, they've been way more lax about this conversation.
Right, because everyone has so much more different hardware. So you have all these different hardware.
You've got a discrete card that's a whole PCI bus away from your CPU, and like they do triple buffering, and like, you know what I mean? Like, there's just no end to how complicated their PC setup can be, and how many different ways you can screw it up.
PC Master Race.
You're like your NVIDIA control panel thing. Oh, by the way, this also, your powers can be used for good, right? So if you know what you're doing in those control panels, you can get like an almost console-like experience, you know, like out of a PC, right? You totally can. And one thing I'll say, this is, people will debate me on this. A lock 60 is better than a variable 90. Okay? Tracking me on this?
Even with what is it? G-Sync? Even with G-Sync and NVIDIA's like variable refresh?
I said
no, so
no, I can't get in trouble by talking about their thing. I can't talk about that. Yeah, I can't. I'm just saying that a frame rate that you don't have hold of, right? Like, so if you saw your frame rate counter and it's just flickering all over the place, even with G-Sync, like if the frame rate's flickering all over the place, that is really, really screwing with how your brain is interpreting what your hands need to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Any competitive player would be totally like, yes, he's exactly.
No, I believe you. You,
like,
you want consistency.
Like, I will take lock 60 over variable 90 any day. You know what I mean? Any day. And so what they want is like lock. And it's complicated because in the console world, that totally exists as a thing. And a lot of developers won't release until they're lock whatever, you know, they want to need. And they'll compromise on art, and they'll do whatever they have to do. They'll make it lock, right? Lock to the refresh rate. And man, in the old school days, like the really old school days, I didn't really have like a lot of experience. I wasn't around for PlayStation 1, but like on PlayStation 1, it did field rendering, so it rendered every other line. So one frame you'd see all the even lines, and then the other frame you'd see all the odd lines. And if you didn't run flat 60 hertz, it would just block up, like the whole screen would like chunk up, like kind of looks like video compression artifacts. You know what I mean? So if you lost 60 hertz on the PS1, it would just go blocky, and so it made you pay, right? If you lost, yeah. So that's where it kind of comes from, is that the console actually penalized you horribly visually if you slipped just one, if you were like a fraction of a millisecond over the budget, if you went a little bit, too far, and you didn't quite hold 60 frames per second, it'd block up and made you pay bad. And so that got like ingrained into the console culture, you know what I mean? Like that, and it's just never gone away. And a lot of developers will say like, well, in the console world, everything that they have, it's always configured the same way. You have unified memory, the CPU and the GPU have access to the same stuff. There's a lot of reasons that it's probably a little bit easier to get there in the console land. They're engineered to do it. But it's really important in the PC world too. So like that whole concept of like, how is my PC input mapping to the game that's happening, independent of title, is just is a really big subject that a lot of people care a lot about. And my recommendation is buffer as few frames as possible and run it lock, a frame rate you can lock. Like whatever card you have and whatever you need to do to your settings or whatever the hell, run at a locked frame rate. Just try it. I mean, you don't have to have an argument with me in your head about that I'm wrong. Just try it.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I don't mean you. I'm talking about your whole audience, right? Like just try, right? Like try making the settings where you just, the number literally is turn on VSync, like lock VSync, and turn off the things that allow variable VSync. Just try it and run lock, whatever your card can do. If you can, and your monitor, of course, right? So if your card and your monitor limit you to lock 60, just play lock 60 and just try it and be like, and either I kind of see what he's talking about, or actually I like the other way better. Just try it.
Okay. All right. I believe you. I'll do one last question to tie up the Battlefield stuff, and then if you have time, I'd love to hear about the stuff you're working on now.
Yeah, we're still going to talk about it. I don't think anyone will still be around with us, but we will go over it.
Okay, cool. I'm interested in it, so they can stay. If not, thanks for hanging out, guys. So I just want to kind of bookend everything with like Battlefield and development. I want to ask, you touched on this a little bit in the draw call. Where do you see the future of like gaming development stuff to help some of this stuff become more efficient, as in like user generated content and like engine stuff and some of that stuff you touched on? And I have something that this is like just me sitting on the toilet thinking about stuff. I've been a little bit disappointed in the amount of content that Battlefield 2042 is released with. It's not as much as we're used to. Like as far as like map numbers, weapon numbers, stuff like that. Could some of that be solved? And I mean, I guess I have a lot of questions, but can some of that be solved by using some of the AI stuff and like procedurally generated stuff to build maps, or user generated content, stuff like that? Because I feel like there's a game called 6 Days in Fallujah, and it's all, the maps are supposed to be procedurally generated, so they're different every time. And I wondered if something like that could be programmed to make just way more maps a lot easier in the future. That's a lot of questions. I'm sorry. Take and leave what you want.
Okay, I'm going to answer that with I'm going to answer that. That was a really, really good question, by the way. Like, that was a really good question. I want to get a few things set in stone. I got to like get them on the air so that like they're there forever, right? There are two parts to what we call a commercial game engine, right? There's the runtime part that actually lives on the target platform and realizes everything up onto the screen and does the input stuff and whatever. So the runtime component, right? Then there's the editor component, which is a totally separate piece of technology, and they absolutely work together. So the editor component is making stuff for the runtime component. Clear so far?
Yep.
They should probably have different names. Okay, they're that different, right? Like
Okay.
everybody just talking about like Unreal and Unity and Frostbite, and everybody has their other named thing or whatever. But like the Frostbite runtime thing is its own thing, and I just want to say I think it is a world-class runtime. World-class. Can compete with anything that's out there, and it might be better in a few different ways that I can't really talk about because I know how Frostbite works. So I think it's world-class. Can compete with anything. Absolutely. I think some of the best engineers wrote it. It is some of the best tech that I've ever seen kind of developed in person, and I have a huge amount of respect for it. There's another piece, which is the Frostbite editor thing. You know what I mean? So like how you feed content into the runtime, and that's the part that people are talking about. You know, being harder to use, or maybe a worse iteration time than like some other engine or something like that. That's where all this is like a lot of this chatter is like coming from. People are talking about the editor, right? Like this graphical thing that you use to put the scene together, and then how fast can you try the thing that you just put together in the scene? That makes some sense.
Yep.
You know,
Yes.
like assembling the whole, like all the content, it happens in the editor. Yeah. And I think that there is an enormous future in giving the editor out to the people, which you can already see happening in some cases.
Halo Forge.
And you know, it's in a lot of places, right? Yeah. So you can go download it, Unity, you can go download Unreal. Roblox is a whole company, you know, based on user-generated content where people are actually monetizing real video games that they made that are user-generated content. You know what I mean? Like there's like some interesting stuff that's like happening all across the industry there. And you asked the question in a really interesting way, and I want to like be specific about my answer. Yeah, I think it helps solve the authoring problem, because there's so much talent in the audience, and they don't have any access to the editor.
Yep.
They don't have it. You know what I mean? And that could be opened up with mods. That could be opened up with add your own level. That could be opened up a lot of different ways, right? Like, yes, I understand that people crafted their game, and like in Dark Souls, I don't want to go screw with the masterpiece that they made. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, what if I knew of someone that could really do like a musical score? And what if I knew somebody that was really voice talented? And what if I knew a good writer? And what if I could put together a whole DLC pack for Dark Souls all on me, the producer? You know what I mean? Where I just pull on all this different talent that I happen to know that is in my community and stuff like that. That's going to happen. That's totally going to happen.
We've been talking about this the past few weeks. We've been talking about this with like Halo Forge. Yeah, Halo Forge. You look at Insurgency Sandstorm on PC, the ISMC mod. Like there's community members that are creating things that are on par, if not better than the game. It's crazy.
I'll start with something really simple. The whole community that's doing the virtual photography stuff, right? Okay, I don't know. Right. Yep. And the Battlefield community is like really does this beautifully, and it's one of the things that I really like about the Battlefield community.
They took the tools away in this one.
And yeah, I know this. I know about all that. And it's some of that has evolved into actually making user-made trailers. I don't even know if you've seen these, like mini little things, and they'll actually have like multiplayer people playing parts. You know what I mean? They're like, you're gonna run over
kind
here,
of like machinimas.
Exactly right. Yeah, you're gonna get shot, you're gonna die, but it's all like they're all playing parts, right? You know, and it's like, just imagine, like we're hypothetically imagining a mode in a game here. And I'm doing this because it doesn't actually exist in any game I've ever seen. Like this is I'm not cheating and taking from a game that I know about. I'm literally just synthesizing this with you guys. Imagine you could actually just by yourself spawn as one type of guy and just run your part. And so you have this all scripted out, right? So it's gonna be a 3-minute trailer and you know where everybody needs to be at every second. And so you run record, this is like multi-track recording. So you run record and you do your one guy that does like runs up into a building and then he gets shot and then he falls over. And then it all starts over again. And you spawn as somebody else and you rerun the sequence and you're still there. You know what I mean? Like your other guy, you know what I mean? And he runs his part and then you run your additive part on top of that. And then you just build it up into like this whole sequence of like 64, different people or some big epic scene or something like that. We just create the whole thing like literally all on your own. You don't need 64 people, all at one time doing it. And you can iterate on one track if you want. You know what I mean? The whole thing required the timing on this to be exactly right. You're like getting into like movie making at this point,
blocking
and yeah, but like that doesn't add any complexity to the game, So you start at an empty level, and then you just give them the ability to like multi-track record. Spawn as whoever you want, and we'll just keep recording you. You know what I mean? Like we'll just keep whatever you do, we'll record it, and then you could just like build something up.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to like give you an example of where something that we want to like tap into. There's like this creativity out there, right? And it's going to be shocking to a lot of like the industry, right? Like it's going to be it's kind of a surprising like twist ending that the community is going to end up playing such a big part in the creation, right? Like I heard somebody one time at work, and I know everybody knows this, but like I heard them actually say, they were talking about their kid playing Minecraft, and this is like 10 years ago. And they're like, Mom, sometimes I'm playing in the game and sometimes I'm creating the game. And I was like, I want that to be the future of everything.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And if you want to just play, that's fine. You know what I mean? Like on whatever franchise gets released, if you just want to be in it and be there for the experience and play other people's content and all that stuff, totally fine. If you want to be in there and only develop, that's totally fine too. You know what I mean? You don't even ever have to play. You can just, that can be like your thing. You forget the railroad thing that you're doing in your basement, or you know what I mean? Like the car you're restoring or whatever. This could be like a creative like place to do your stuff and have it in front of like a massive audience. You know what I mean? This is Instagram for everybody else.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like it's, who's on Instagram. I don't need to say who's on, you know what I mean? Like it has its thing, right? And then it has a way to be good at it.
Butts, you mean? Is that what you were talking about? A lot of butts?
It has a way to
meta.
Whatever. And you could even call some of it art. That's fine. I would accept that. But we're talking about literally almost any kind of art that somebody knows how to do.
Yeah.
Can be encompassed in gaming. There isn't any way. Everybody feels like they have something to express and no way to express it. Everybody feels that way. Everyone.
That's something that when right before I started my channel, that's something I would always watch was like Arma 3, the Milsim operations. Just like you mentioned, communities get together and do these huge scale operations. It's so fun. And if anyone out there knows, maybe you're familiar with Frankie 1080p on PC. He did some great stuff like narrative with DayZ that I still go back and watch the hell out of those. I love that stuff. And I did some of that on my channel too with like Warzone with Verdansk. I did like a Milsim operation video where we were like Russian Spetsnaz getting deployed, and I did like a whole narrative and build up and cinematic stuff. And it was like, that's exactly what you're talking about. It's just like building, you have the game is there, but you're building. Yeah. You're building, giving it more life, more, people tune in to watch this stuff, which is just completely separate to the game almost, because it's a whole different story in itself, which is great.
Yeah, because like that's what a franchise is, right? Yeah. So like there's there's like, the world of Harry Potter, right? The world of Harry Potter.
Right.
And then there's whatever the story happens to be in this Harry Potter, right? Yeah, right? But the people want to keep going back to the world. That's why it's so compelling.
Yeah.
That's why they made it a big like place at Disney or Universal, whoever has it, right?
Yeah.
You go to the world of Harry Potter. That's how compelling it is. Everybody wants to go there, right? They want to be in that world. And so like for me, that's From Software, right? Like I want to be in their world. And if I'm going to create, that's where I want to create. You know what I mean? And that's where I want to do my art. And then I want that to be open for everybody. Like in whatever their favorite thing is, I want them to be able to go in and add whatever layer it is that they add, right? Maybe they play a musical instrument. Maybe they are a kind of composer. Maybe they're a producer. Maybe you're a producer. Maybe you're a hip hop producer, and this is how all your stuff's going to be heard. And it's going to be because NBA 2K allowed you to do it.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know how they always release the soundtrack with it?
Yeah.
It's like, well, let's also give a user library. You know what I mean? Like let's open this up to our users.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I think
let that avenue like open up. You know what I mean?
It makes so much sense.
How did he blow up? Well, he got on NBA 2K's thing, and then he became. You get that story, right?
Yeah, and plus all the stuff that people.
Yeah, go ahead, Crash.
I was just say, plus all the stuff that people make, that's advertising for your game. Like,
right, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Holy shit, that's an amazing video. I want to check out the game, or I want to try to do that.
Yeah.
And where we kind of come from that filmmaking background too. So if you want to make a movie, you got to get a camera, you got to get some lights, you got to get audio stuff, you got to get all your friends together, you got to do this, you got to do that. Well, what if I want to tell that story or make a movie? The perfect way to do it's in a game engine. You need a console and a game, and you make a movie. You can tell your story like that. It just makes sense.
Love it. I love that.
Way more accessible.
Yeah, I really love that. Like that could be a whole nother expression of like, I don't want to make a DLC type level thing for Dark Souls. I want to make a movie in Dark Souls. It's a whole different thing.
Right.
Love it. Absolutely love it. By the way, I would talk to you guys about user-generated content any day of the week. I think it is so incredibly interesting. And I think it is going to take the entire industry by surprise when somebody finally turns around and really cracks this open. You know what I mean? Really cracks it open. And I know we're seeing little cracks here and there, but like when it really cracks open and goes just like wildfire across every branch. You know what I mean? Like, you know how these things happen.
Portal is a precursor to that, right? Portal's like the very beginning stage.
That's right. And stuff happens slow and then it happens fast. That's how stuff happens.
Yep.
And if you're here at the beginning, you're like, see the little steps. You know what I mean? And then if you're here at the end of the party, you just see it take off, and all of a sudden everybody's creating like content, literally content creators. In all these different game franchises, like that kind of that just starts to become a thing, and then everyone's like, why wasn't this always a thing? You know what I mean? Because you guys are forcing it to happen, and it wasn't built for you to make it happen. You know what I mean? You're forcing it to happen.
Yeah.
And the reason I knew that this was going to be a thing is because I worked on this Need for Speed franchise where they gave you like a way to like customize your car, and the only tools that those asshole producers gave you was like a line and like a circle and like a square. It's like the basic primitives, right? It's like worse than MS Paint. You know what I mean? Like that's the only way you could put anything on your car.
Right.
And this is like so old that I don't even think there's like a YouTube video of it anymore or anything. But like people made insane artwork that looks like, Photoshop bitmap created anime creatures, logos, you know what I mean? Out of these little primitives. And they'd have these like fast motion videos of them just like, like putting it all together. And it's like, that's how bad people want to contribute, is that they will use this primitive drawing program just to get this badass looking car customized. You know what I mean?
It's exactly like Battlefield 4. It wasn't the dog tags, but it was like you had like an icon. What was it? An icon you could put by your name and also on your gun. and
That's
you
right.
do it on Battlelog, and it was the same thing. You had like a little shapes
That's
and
right.
things like that to start, and
people did the most.
people were doing crazy
That's
shit,
perfect.
yeah, with just
Yeah,
lines
that's
and
perfect.
squares, yeah.
Yeah, just lines and squares, right?
Yep.
That just shows you what's on the other side. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly.
There's just like that's how much like what engagement like really looks like is when you let the creators in, you know.
Exactly.
And it's like the players are always going to be there. You're always going to have the general audience that shows up and buys the movie ticket and whatever. They're always going to be there. The way you blow it all up is you open it up for creators. That's the way you blow it all up. This is not a secret formula. People do know this across like our industry. It's just it hasn't all happened yet, so it's fun to talk about. You know what I mean?
I mean,
like,
look at like if we're talking. I mean, look at like operating systems, right? Like look at Linux, open source software.
Right.
It's the same thing.
That's right. The stuff that's really, really good and really, really big, you get to nobody could have created this. You know what I mean? Like that you get to that level. Where it just becomes a thing of its like life of its own, and it has like a million different expressions where people are making movies in it and people are releasing music in it, and you know, and the goal of course is to hit every possible kind of artistry, right? And we get a lot, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of different artist types that go into making a video game, and that's one of the reasons I love the industry so much. And there's even more that we could include, you know. So like I said this on Draw Call, graffiti artists, you know, for skate, let's get that in there. You know what I mean? Like let's not do some weird approximation of what we think they're doing. You know what I mean? Like the people that take it seriously take it really seriously, you know. And the people that are at the top of their game are really at the top of their game. And so it's like, let's get that stuff in there, you know? And again, this has absolutely nothing to do with skate. And they may actually be doing this for all I know. Like I said, I don't even work there anymore. But the point is to just like try to broaden this conversation as far as possible. You know what I mean? It's like, what could somebody possibly be good at creatively that we couldn't get into a video game? What could they possibly be good at that we couldn't somehow accommodate? I want video gaming to be a place where any type of art can be expressed in there. You know what I mean? Whatever you got that your talent is, this is where you can get it out. Like I said, everybody has something unique that they know that they have to express, and they know they have nowhere to express it.
Right.
And so the answer to that is give them an editor. It's Instagram for the whole creator community. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yep.
For everybody. Yeah. And there isn't anybody that like doesn't touch, you know, like creative person, right? There's just not a creative person alive that couldn't be impacted by this. It's like, if you're a voice actor, do your demo with a game. You know what I mean? Like play the part, read the whole script, be the narrator. Use these tools that are available to, like he said, don't go get a camera and your friends and the lights and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if what you're trying to demo is your talent, you know what I mean? Like the weird, unique thing that you do, then just find the game engine that'll let you do it and do it in there and put that on your reel and submit that as, submit that to the agency. And like, hey, this is totally what I can do.
For sure. Do you think the other side of that though, like the like procedural or AI generated content could get us back to where we were with like, because we had a lot more content back in the premium days, and I think those days are gone. The live service thing, is that a thing? Like
it's always a thing. Okay, and I'm gonna give you a nice like little referral on this one. If you want to kind of understand this universe that you're talking about, right? Go find the Game Developers Conference, GDC. Talk from Ghost Wildlands, the one, or Breakpoint. I got them confused again. Which one came out first?
Wildlands is
Wildlands. Find the GDC talk for Wildlands. The whole thing is about how a small team of artists built that whole world, and they used all these like procedural tools. It's incredible.
And that's crazy because I'm
so good.
I'm playing that now. Like I just went back and started playing it like last month or 2 months ago for the first time because I missed it when it came out. I was busy with like BF4, but like holy shit, talk about insane world.
There's nowhere you can go, and I've had this conversation with another developer, right next to me. There's nowhere you can go with a helicopter, and you can get anywhere.
Yeah.
That you can't get out and look at the ground and be like, look at the way that transitions into rock, and you know what I mean, and like into a stream.
I can see you playing it, like, Jim, just walking around like. Oh,
no, I totally did.
Look at
the whole reason for having the helicopter was so I could look at the whole world. You know what I mean? Yeah. I just would fly to the weirdest place, like the most random thing I could pick up. Like the most random place I could find. I just get out and I go look at everything, and it's like, wow, it's still awesome. It's still good. I mean, like way out here. And, Red Dead has some of this also. It isn't all there. Like the cities are all completely crafted, and, like they're done in the traditional way, and somebody like crafted every little piece of the shop and all that stuff. Right. That's zero proceduralism. But then the world has a lot of it. Right. And you can kind of feel that. And if you have a negative connotation with it, I'd encourage you to look at like this Ghost Recon stuff, because when proceduralism done really right, it doesn't look like proceduralism anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
did you notice that with like Breakpoint? And what was your, because I played both and I'm going back and playing Wildlands now. What was your experience with, just like completely off topic, what was your experience with Breakpoint, not only as like the environment features, but because Wildlands for me was like a more immersive environment, right? Breakpoint, I'm sure if you go to like a different spots with the helicopter, it seemed like the environment itself was still up to spec, but like immersive wise, it didn't feel like the same world. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Yeah.
Which one did you prefer? Which one did you find
Wildlands.
more?
Wildlands, way better.
The second one.
First one is Wildlands. Breakpoint's the most recent.
God, how many times am I going to get this backwards?
Yeah.
Wildlands was
the Colombian.
Wildlands was like a quantum. Yeah, right. So Wildlands was like a quantum leap into what can be done with all the techniques we're talking about. Yeah. And then there was the weird sibling that
Breakpoint was like a huge step back for sure.
And I don't understand it either. So to go back to our original stuff, it's like I have all the questions. What was the high concept? Why do we get rid of AI players? What you know what I mean? What is with this weird sci-fi world, and how does that relate to? So I have like a million questions, all the same ones that we've talked about, right?
Yeah, cool.
Like and execution-wise, I still think Wildlands kills it.
Yeah,
like
100%.
Anywhere you. There's so much variety. I mean, how many different looks did they have? Like the
amazing
salt flats and that's something where I look at it as a developer, and it's like, if you just like throw like 1,000 artists at something and you give them enough time, you're going to get something amazing kind of out of it, right? Right. So like we already know that that's possible, right? I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying we know it's possible. It's freakish that a really small team can make something like that with procedural tools. It's freakish. It's freakish. Speaking as a developer, I'm like, wow, this is it makes me giddy to watch that GDC talk. So the GDC talk that I'm telling you, go watch it. It's very watchable. It's not in the weeds and stuff like that, so it's really watchable. And they talk about how they actually built all this stuff, given the limitations that they had. They're like, it starts off with, we had a really small art team and a really big vision for how this world was going to be. And man, is it a good story.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a good story.
Recreated Colombia 1-for-1.
Yeah. You think like, well, how does that exist and that not automatically just change everything?
Yeah.
And I don't have all the answers. I can just tell you that like, there's some like pretty old school mentality about like handcrafting everything, and because proceduralism is kind of the opposite of that. You know what I mean? It's like you're removing the minutia of like how the road transitions to the dirt. You know what I mean? Like you're like having an AI sort of doing it, you know?
Yeah.
And AI, I'm using that loosely, but like,
Right.
you know, if you're interested in the tools that do it, like look up Houdini and stuff. And so it's kind of like a different kind of artistry, if you can say it that way, you know? And if you can come up with like the right rule set, and it gets really interesting. It's like, if the slope is like more than this steep, then don't grow any plants there, because that can't happen. You know, yeah. And then if there's like little flat places, then like let the snow accumulate here. And if it's more than this, no, the snow slides down. It doesn't accumulate there like that. It starts with these simple rules, and then you just kind of keep building on them, you know, and you're like, well, that kind of tree wouldn't really grow here. And if that kind of tree is here, then it kind of takes up all the water. And so don't spawn any other trees, you know, near it. Let that kind of have its space and stuff. You start with these rules, and it ends up like building something really amazing. Like it's really cool. It's really, really interesting.
And from sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, watch that. GDC.
Yeah, I need to.
Ghost Recon. Yeah, watch it. It's really good.
Because from a grumpy old man that wants as much content as we used to have, I'm just a grumpy old man on the internet. I see that as a potential solution, because from the company side, they don't have to put as much work into it, and at the end,
I can't tell you how much on point you are. So like the big ones that come up when we talk about, so there's never enough content, right? And all the artists in the world are like employed doing video game stuff, like that are available, right? So if you're in the world and have the video game talent for making content, you're probably doing it whatever country you live in. There's so many what we call outsourcing studios. There's so many out there, and so like so many people on the earth are just like making, you know, artwork and stuff like that, and we got to the point where that can't scale anymore. And it's like there's no more outsourcing studios to buy, you know, to buy time at, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So you have to, it's like using like an edit bay or something. You buy time, right? And so they sell their talent of their studio for money, and then you buy time. And the studios are outbidding each other. You know what I mean? Like there's this war for the outsourcers, and now the movies are coming in, and they're like, nah, we want them too. And so like they're bidding it also. And so like this one studio, and you name it, wherever, is like getting all cross bid from different game studios and movies and stuff like that. And so we're running out. And so that's like a finite resource of like, you know, people to handcraft stuff. People handcrafting stuff is a finite resource. And the more these games grow and the more movies grow, the less people we have, you know, doing it. And so you got to do one of two things: proceduralism or UGC. Opening this up to everybody.
Yep.
And I don't care which comes first, and I hope they both happen.
Same.
But that's the answer. That's the answer. Like, how do we scale to where we really need to be in terms of content? Because there can never be enough. There just can never be enough content. I mean, you can point to 1,000 examples. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like,
easily.
Yeah. It's like YouTube started, and they're like, well, who's going to make all the, oh, okay. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, everybody. That's the point, man, is that the answer is everybody. And that's what's going to freak everyone out. It's weird. It's like you went to the symphony, and you sat in your audience, and you had your little brochure and tuxedo on, and they played the whole thing. And then it got to the finale part, and they stopped, and the whole audience stood up, and they all had their instruments, and they like did the finale. That's how weird the future all is. It's crazy. The audience. It's the audience. You know what I mean? It's all these people. That's where all the talent is. It's not up on the stage. It's in the audience. It's really going to freak everybody out when it happens.
I'm freaking out already thinking about it.
And all these artists everywhere are listening, and they're going like, okay, I can't wait until that unlocks. Like I need to, when that unlocks, I'm going in that. Yeah, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be right there when that unlocks. You know, like it's just a door that hasn't busted open yet. That's all that it is.
Cool.
And then somebody's going to let it open, and then this is going to go absolutely crazy.
Man, I even kind of got to that point just sitting on the toilet thinking about it. Well, it was that
I'm impressed you got this far.
It was
I'm impressed because we all we do is think about this. And,
I got to be fair though. It was the 6 days of Fallujah game where they did that they did like a crane up with the camera.
Yeah.
And the map was just morphing. It was changing to all the different types of ways the maps could be laid out because that game wants to give you that shitty feeling of going in and clearing a building and you don't know what's around. You can't memorize the map because it's different every time. They want to give you that feeling. And I was like, if they could make new maps for multiplayer games like that I like that would just make it. You could make a shitload of maps if you got the rules right in the code and the equations and.
That could be a way. I mean, obviously these attach. You understand, right? Like so, you could have UGC, and part of the UGC is you write the rules. You know what I mean? Like if like you turn Crash over the rules to creating the layout of the buildings. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah. And that could be a type of user-generated content, right? If what you do is write the rules for the procedural stuff, that's user-generated content still. And we don't need somebody in the studio writing it. You know what I mean? I mean, they can, and they can do some examples for you, and they can even ship those examples. You know, they don't have to ship it as just playable content. They can actually ship you the rules and show you those too, and be like, see, this is how we made this.
Yeah.
Like Ghost Recon could have done that, you know? Like,
that's cool.
Hey, this is how we made this part of the map work like this. And they can show it all to you, right? And like expose those tools and then let you do it too. You know, like that's a whole thing. Cool. We're way off. That's like user-generated content and proceduralism, but I will tie it together. The really quick intro is that what I do now is I've been kind of like on the sidelines watching a company that contracts for the Department of Defense build some really disruptive technology that involves mostly right now kind of tier one operators, so everything is under SOCOM and reports into SOCOM, and specifically the role that they call JTAC, or Joint Terminal Attack Controller, and they do close-in air support, call in A-10s, call in, laser guided bombs, all the fancy stuff, right? And all this relates to like the Reaper drones that are painting targets, and like it's just like the modernization of warfare, right? And so it's a whole bunch of like really interesting tech and stuff like that applied to the military and the Department of Defense. And they're making a trainer in VR. And the old version was this giant dome that you had to go. You can kind of picture this without even seeing it. Just like a giant projection dome that projected all the 3D stuff that you're supposed to see, and that was supposed to feel like immersive. And then you operate the equipment, and you see the terrible graphics of like the A-10 come in, and you do an airstrike. That's how they do the training, and they got to get those JTACs to the domes to do the training. So if they're in Yemen or something like that, every 6 months they got to get their time in the trainer, or they go red and they can't operate. They can't be a JTAC. They can't clear hot. They can't do the job if they're red, right? So the idea is to keep them all green. And so an ex-Navy SEAL who's still in San Diego, was on SEAL Team 3, was like, we can totally do this in VR. We don't need the giant $2 million dome. And we don't need to fly anyone.
And I've seen those domes too. So.
Yeah, they're a monster of a thing. They're literally like $2 million. Yeah. And the only way to get the training is to get the person to the dome. And as you can imagine, there's a limited supply of domes. Yeah. And there are military installations that have no dome. And so every 6 months, somebody's taking an international trip to a dome.
Yeah, right.
And our actual trainer, you can't see it's off screen just right here, but I have a Pelican case, and one of these VR units in a Pelican case went to this base that doesn't have a dome. It's somewhere international, and that's how they're training all their JTACs now. So this is a real product. It's accredited. It can also be used by all of our NATO partners for any international people that might be listening. If you happen to know anybody that's like tier 1 in the military and makes those kinds of purchase decisions, I'm joking around. We have like our own ways of getting all this stuff distributed and anything. So this is in no way like a sales pitch for this, any of this stuff. It's all for a very specific like clientele. It's meant to serve them in a very specific way. And it's a really, really impressive like business plan. And I've been watching this guy for like over 2 years. He gave me the demo. It's impossible not to get behind it. You know what I mean? In some way, right? And so I was just like, let me on, man, like a product advisor or something. Because there's no conflict of interest because it's military, right?
Yeah.
I'm not like advising a game or something like that, right? Yes, there's no conflict of interest stuff. And I did the, you know, like the paperwork and stuff at EA. So I got to be like an advisor on it, and I just watched. And he was like, when we've sold enough of these, we're just totally going to hire you full time. And I was like, great. I think that sounds awesome. That happened. That date happened. So like somewhere like around like last fall or something, it was like we made the sale that we needed to make. We got the order we needed to get. We can bring you on like full time, blah, blah, blah. So I'm now the CTO of this company called Havoc. It's if you want to see a little imagery of like what this all looks like and stuff like that, it's havik.us.
Yeah, we got the video going up in the background.
I got your Twitter video going that you tweeted where you're walking into the tent to the helicopter and you see like the map and stuff. Yep. So it's playing on the screen right now.
So that's the ready room. And
that's all VR. Is that like VR. What it looks like? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, dude, and the experience in VR, you know, what's on 2D screens just does not do it justice.
Can you tell? I mean, I don't know if you're even able to tell us, but like, is this VR experience okay? I'm going, getting in the Black Hawk, going to like a landing zone, and we're in combat and stuff. Okay.
All correct. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So this is the ready room, and the equipment table that you might have seen at the beginning of the video. And if you got the stills around, there's a bunch of stills of the equipment table. You saw the nods hanging out there, and all the
weapons, all that,
all the different like types of like laser targeting and stuff like that, and all that stuff's like fully functional how it really is. Like we have the manuals for it and all that stuff. And so like when you use the laser target designator, it's not like you just like flash like a laser pointer at something and a drone hits it. It's a pulse beam that you type in a code. You know what I mean? It's like 1326 is like the code or whatever. And that changes how the laser like flashes, you know, and the different munitions that are up there are looking for specific codes. And so you can hit one thing with one type and another thing with another type, and you know, like based on where all the lasers are pointed and stuff like that. Yep. And so like all that's like fully like simulated. And then I was joking around. I wish I had a screenshot of this, but we recently implemented the latest nods, which is white phosphorus, and just completely got like all of that like exactly right. And it's really fun because it's like not the game version of like a gun or you know what I mean? Like it's the real thing, you know, and like. And it's a sim, you know what I mean? So like to use this thing, you have to like configure it in a particular way and you know what I mean? Like put it into standby and you know, all this stuff, right?
That's so cool.
It would be like the equivalent of like, you know, like if Microsoft Flight Simulator was a real flight simulator, you'd have to like do the whole checklist. You know what I mean? Of like read the thing, flip the switch, read the thing, flip the switch.
It's like exactly. There is a game out there like that. DCS, whatever it is.
There is. Yep. I just want to make that distinction that this is like not entertainment product for military, right? Yeah.
Right. And it's a real
thing. And all the pretty graphics and stuff like that, and like getting to this like almost like AAA looking stuff. Is all to serve immersion. Okay. It's like their idea of a good trainer is they want the guy sweating. Right. Yeah. Like they want it to be an intense experience. And if you, one thing you know about VR is that you could actually deliver that.
You can get
You
there,
know what I mean? That plugs into the back of your brainstem. You know what I
the
mean?
neural link from Elon.
Yeah, it's like when they get plugged into the Matrix, right? You know.
Yeah.
And so when we get enough like graphical fidelity going on and stuff like that, it starts to sell them their brain, their lizard brain. You know what I mean? It starts to sell their lizard brain. Kind of like we were talking about with Ghost, about the immersion in the environment. You know what I mean? That thing where you start to like kind of feel like you're there, you know, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then like in VR, that's just times a million, right?
And the goal is obviously like you don't want soldiers freezing up the first time they're in combat. You want it to be
exactly right. You want to recreate this exact same thing and the same level of stress. And so they have to do all kinds of things like put aircraft in holding patterns, keep they call it the stack. Keep all their guys, you know, so your helos are at the bottom, and then your A10s, and then, you know, it just keeps like layering up. You got to keep track of the drones, tell them where to go. And so there's this like, they're like an air traffic controller on the ground, you know, and you can imagine when it's totally stacked, they've got like everybody above the target, right? Like that. And the last thing you can do is like send a munition straight through your stack.
Yeah,
you know
right.
Like as a pilot, you'd be like, what was that? You know what I mean? And so there's like a whole bunch of complexities to all this.
Could you show us and talk us through, and I can pull it up as you're talking? I'm like Jamie on the Joe Rogan podcast, except way shittier.
You have to. I can't see though what you see. So
okay,
yeah. Tell me, which image are on.
Just take me through what you did earlier with the 4 images that show the base, and then the different lighting, and then how they all come together. That layers folder.
Yeah, for sure.
That you did earlier.
Do layers, not 2, just layers. Okay.
Okay.
And this is a little bit behind the scenes of like how AAA content kind of works, and just a really just like ABCD kind of like progression. But to people that are out there that are like, you know, maybe studying this.
Sorry, podcast listener.
Really like early on in your you know, like game development progression or something like that. I just want you to see kind of like how AAA content gets kind of created. Because like if you're at the very beginning of putting stuff together, pull up that albedo.png. Then like a lot of stuff kind of looks like this, and it's like, yeah, there's no lighting and stuff like that, but it's way more complicated than that. There's like, it doesn't have physically based materials. It doesn't have any like smoothness component. It doesn't have any like, there's just like there's a whole bunch of like stuff missing in this. And so if you go to the next slide, this is where a lot of like what makes it look good kind of comes in. This is the lighting evaluation for the same scene, and only the lighting evaluation. So no color, no what we call texture, you know, on any of the stuff. You can see that none of his camo is there, nothing on the floor. This is just how light is interacting with all the stuff, right? That's the only thing that you're seeing in this layer. And then it's diffuse light, by the way. And then the next layer is directly reflected light, which we call specular light. And you can kind of think of that like as a highlight. So like if you had like a plastic ball or something like that, you can, if it's like a red plastic ball, you can imagine like that you can see like a highlight in it, like a reflection of the light, you know, like a little tight, like little, you know, ball kind of like, you know, looking thing. And the rougher the surface is, the less like tight the highlight is. And so that's what this is. So there's like a little bit going on the map over there. There's a lot reflecting off the chairs that have metal legs, right? And then some reflecting off the different parts of like his gear and stuff like that. And then go to the final one. And this is literally just all of those kind of composited together on the GPU. And so this is how the final frame is made. First we lay down, we actually do it sort of at the same time, but we lay down the color, we lay down the lighting, and that's broken up into direct lighting and then spec lighting, and then sometimes even indirect lighting. And then that's all kind of composited into this like final frame. that you see.
That's
So
so crazy.
in a weird way, it's like a Photoshop layering kind of thing, you know? So it's this is called deferred rendering. Not everything is done this way, but a lot is. And this is how it stacks together. And I'm already noticing that we've done so much iteration on this room. This is like some really old looking stuff here. But I just wanted you to see the progression of like how like all this stuff, like a whole frame gets put together. And the hard part is getting all that done in under, you know, the number of milliseconds that you have. And we actually run lock 90. So we run this HP VR headset that does 90 hertz refresh, and so we run lock 90 frames per second in VR, running graphics that look that good, that immersive. And if you want to like just pop out into the like in progress stuff, there's a pretty cool shot of like looking down the PLRF. That's the thing I was telling you about. And
I pulled that up from Twitter.
It's showing your bearing and then a distance measurement, and that's really cool. And then you feel free to like scroll through any of these just as we close it out. A good example of like how different material looks with like lighting is that one called monitor table. If you see that one in there.
A, B, C, D. Yep, got it.
Monitor table. You can see how the paint looks with both of those TVs casting light there, you know? And so you can see like all the imperfections like in the paint, and then how they interact with both TVs, you know, being there, and the shadows that they're casting, you know, like all together in one thing. So that's like a really finished material. That particular table is
awesome.
Like everything's like in different stages, you know. And if you have a good eye for it, you can kind of like look at things and be like, that's not quite where that is, and stuff like that. And so like we're nudging up all the assets, you know, like and that one was really far along when we took that particular
just looking
shot.
at like the painting on the table. Yeah, it's like 100% real.
Yeah, like 100% of your brain is like that's totally paint on a table. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to understand. That's what I want to get across about this, is that like, well, why go that far? It's immersion. It's immersion. It's so your lizard brain thinks that you're in a tent in wherever this is, you know what I mean? And it believes it. And the tent is actually moving, and it's subtle. You can only see it in VR, but like there's from the Blackhawk outside, there's wind blowing in the tent. You can actually see the tent flapping. There's sound.
So when are you releasing this as a game?
I know, man. I know.
I'm kidding.
It's no.
But not really.
We've talked about it, and the question is always like, the direction that this goes, the design direction or the creative direction is just all in making it exactly right for like how all the equipment works, and simulation type stuff, right? Yes, we want to make it look cool and stuff like that, but it's all about like simulation and managing all these aircraft and stuff like that. And so I don't know how well that maps to like an entertainment product, but there's always a market for sims.
There's definitely a market.
There's market for sims. If you want to see some of the equipment,
I'm curious if this like what's the future of like military training and special forces training? Like you gotta go through your basic training and stuff, but it's like, hey, I did my basic. I want to be a tier 1 operator. Let me jump in the VR for 700 hours and train, and then I'm good to go.
There's a lot that we can do, and there's a lot that we can do. So like tier 1 specifically, they have an Android tablet on their it's right here on their body armor. Sometimes you'll see like their flag and a little flip out thing like this, and
right up here on the plate carrier.
Right on the plate carrier. it flips down, and it really just runs an open source thing called ATAC. And I think there's a civilian version called CivTAC. And so you can actually get it. And it is looks like kind of like Google Maps. You see a bunch of terrain from satellite. And if you have other guys networked with you, it'll do like your blue force identification. They show up as little triangles. You see where everybody is, you know? And then it's got all kinds of tools. So like if you want to know like how far it is to the like farmhouse next to the lake over there, or the hut or whatever, you look at it in real life, you find it on the map, you draw the little point, you know, and it gives you an exact bearing and an exact distance and, you know, all that stuff. And it's done like literally on this little tablet.
I think we're
recreating that whole tablet in VR. You know,
I think so I found a picture of white phosphorus. I think.
I think it might be lying.
It's just regular nods. Yeah, it's just standard.
It's regular nods. Yeah, it's lying to you. I think that was like some really, really, really early test of it or something like that.
Gotcha. Oh, SSAO. We got a little ambient occlusion map going on.
Hey, you know the words. Look at that. I want to show you this. I want to show you one picture real quick. We're going to a really big conference very end of November. It's called IDSEC. And if you're at all involved in the military or you have the ability to get into IDSEC, it's in Orlando. And we have a big booth. And the environment that we're going to be showing, can't be specific about what this is or where it is or anything, is going to look kind of like this. I'm just going to send this to you on Twitter. I'm on my phone. I don't have a better way to get it to you.
Okay.
I want you to show this though.
The one
because I haven't shown you. I haven't showed anything outside. So I want you to see this.
The government's not going to take down my stream.
This is actually from Google Images. This is from Google Images.
Okay. Dude,
so
holy
we're going to do dusk, and all our buildings are procedural. So it comes from satellite imagery, but all the buildings are procedurally placed. No artist touches any of them. All the roads are also sourced.
That's not a real image you're telling me?
No, that is.
Oh, okay.
I just want to tell you that what we're going for
is going to be like
is going to be like that.
Gotcha.
And because we also need to play with the nods and stuff like that too, you know. And so it's going to be kind of dusk when you arrive in the Blackhawk, and it's going to drop you on a hill that kind of overlooks, you know. And it's this giant procedural city. I mean, it's just like thousands and thousands and thousands. And I know I'm going to just crush all of you when I say this, but it's all destructible, like all of it. So
like I'll pay whatever I need to pay
wherever you call a strike, it's going to like do the right thing on all the buildings.
That's amazing. Shit.
But it's because it's a military sim.
Right.
That's like the highest priority thing. You know what I mean? Right. And it's like one of the things that we hear back from them. So like I got to go to a place. Be really careful and not say where anything is. I've got to go to a place where these guys are, and SOCOM is there, and AFSOC is there, and which is Air Force Special Operations Command, and WARCOM is there, which is the SEALs. And, I mean, just everyone, all in the same room.
You went down range. I mean? You went down range.
There was a range near where I was, and they're all there. And a lot of the feedback we got was when they were actually deployed and they actually called in something. The feedback they got from the detonation was a little bit more than they were expecting. You know what I mean? They got like a little bit more heat, a little bit more, you know, like pieces of wood and stuff like that, right? Yeah. And they were like, okay, this real life's a little hotter than I thought it was going to be. That's like some feedback we got. And so we're going to like recreate that kind of stuff. So like that all the weapons have the right radius and stuff like that, you know, like, so
That's sick.
you know, the whole danger close thing and stuff like that. Like, yeah, if you're going to call in something really close to you, you got to really, really know what you're doing, you know? And, there's like a whole bunch of really like cool, like nerdy stuff that goes along, with the way all this stuff, you know, works. And
it just makes sense because they can get so many more reps.
They can get so many reps. And like, another thing that we're kind of pursuing is, getting like a lot of different looks, you know, and you know, how you're talking about like that multiplayer thing that did all the different configurations, you know, like one of the things that really distinguishes like the top tier 1 operators is they just get way more looks than the average. Like, I feel that's so stupid to say average like Navy SEAL, but like the Dev Gru guys, they literally fly everywhere, and they get to an office building look, they get a school look, they get an inside a plane look, they get a, you know what I mean? Like, I'm making things up. Okay, so like I'm not actually like naming what their training or anything like that.
Anything and everything though, basically.
Yeah, they get a lot of looks, and that's what training is, right?
Yeah.
And so it's not just repping the same thing. And when they just build shoot houses, they learn it. You know what I mean? It's like they know when I clear this door, if there's going to be an open hallway, or you know, it's like, so practicing clearing rooms and stuff like that, it just doesn't work like that well in the real world.
And if you can make it dynamic with a VR,
in VR it works amazing, right?
Yeah.
And then we start doing the mixed reality stuff where some of the stuff is real. So like a lot of what they're seeing is like fake, like it's just in VR, right? So like if you like went way over there to the wall and touched it, it's not really there, right? So like we could pretend you're outside and that you're like on a street, you know, or whatever. And then there's actual steps, but we really physically have steps there, you know, and you go up the steps and then there's a door, and we really physically have a door there, and just enough wall to make it like believable, you know? And then they do that stack, you know, on the door that they do. And then it's all about like the movement and the, you know, the pie and all that stuff. And so that is something that's like, a separate project. This is joint fires. This is to train JTACs to do airstrikes, right? So calling stuff, and so that's the trainer that you're looking at. What I was talking about is more like what we call warehouse VR. And if you know about the Void, or there's some different like commercial places you can kind of sort of experience this stuff. The Department of Homeland Security has asked for like bids on warehouse VR, but for military purposes, for training purposes. Yeah. Where it would be like you would wear your VR and also interact with a physical, you know, like shoot house. And so they basically want a VR kill house. That's like that's like basically what
have you do you guys ever like when you're building this stuff, do you ever look at current games that are like more indie dev games with like Ready or Not, 0 Hour, and Ground Branch are 3 that I can think of on the top of my head that are like very, very grounded, immersive, like military simulators.
Tarkov?
And no, because in these ones, you're actually like, you're working with a team, communicating, you're like stacking up breaching rooms, pine corners. Like that's as milsim as it gets without being a VR, really. Have you guys ever looked at any of that stuff?
Yeah, for sure. We have it, look at it, know it, you know what I mean? Like do all the things. The big difference is that we're trying to realize all this stuff in VR, right?
You want to be there for it.
Be in the environment, right? And there's a lot of cool tech that's just like opening up now that you know tracks your hands, so you don't have to use like these stupid things, you know. And so like just normal like hand grabbing works and stuff like that. And there's some really cool stuff out there for like actually allowing them to bring their own weapons and stuff, and they just like install a camera like in the barrel and stuff. And Yeah, so they can really operate the normal way that they operate, and it's really, really cool stuff. We didn't win the warehouse VR project thing. That's just a bid.
Right.
It's public. You can like do enough Google searching and find out that they're asking for bids. Like that's how this works. Like the military asks for bids on stuff.
Oh, with everything.
Yeah. So we're just bidding on it, and but it's cool to think about. It's like cool. It's like fun stuff. One story I wanted to share with you, and this will be a good thing to like close it out on, because like. Unless you want to keep like showing pictures of that folder, or you can kind of show them in the background.
I'm just going through them while you're talking.
Yeah, you can just keep flipping. One of the cool things that the SEAL guy that runs this, his name's Brad. One of the stories that he told me was when he was like kind of doing selection for SEAL Team 6, Dev Guru stuff. He didn't end up on that team, but he did go through selection. And one of the exercises was like a kill house setup, and they just gave him like what sounds like really standard instructions: neutralize all targets, and they're going to be cardboard or with little pictures of dudes on them or whatever the hell. And so it's a physical place, with doors and rooms and stuff. You know what a kill house looks like, right?
Yep.
Basically, and so neutralize all targets, and after you neutralize all targets in the first room, I want you to shoot the pink triangle. After you've neutralized all the targets in the second room, I want you to shoot the red square. And after you've neutralized all the targets in the third room, I want you to shoot the pink circle. Clear? And he said, clear. And they said, do you have any questions at all? And he said, nope, don't have any questions. And he was like, red square, pink circle. Got it. They open the door, and there are targets, and every square inch of the walls and the ceiling and the floor are different stickers of different colors, of different shapes.
Shit.
Everything that you can see and all of your vision is all the different colors and shapes and stuff like that. And the trick is to not freeze. You know what I mean? It's like, take out the target, find that pink triangle. Which pink triangle? Very first one.
Right.
You know what I mean?
The one you see.
The one you see. Yeah.
And
then you get to the second room and you're like, what was the next shape?
Yeah.
And
right.
he told me that by the third room, he was just like, I don't know. I think it was a circle. And he shot something.
There's no way.
I just loved it as a training, like
that is cool.
Like war story. Yeah. I really love that.
Do you think? Because I mean,
and we want to do shit like that to people in VR,
right?
I mean? That's like, you know what I mean? Like, give them the simple instructions, and then just
that can be like the final level of the training.
Yeah, blow their head up. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, and you can really get there in VR, and that's what you really have to get about this is like their dome thing. Go find videos on YouTube and stuff like that. You're looking at like old school bad video game graphics.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like not even just old school, but bad.
Like
right?
that one army game they used to have for training back in like, what was it? Like 2004 or something.
You remember that?
Horrible. Yeah.
Awful, right? Like the worst video game.
Yeah.
Like,
wasn't it like a recruitment tool thing?
Yeah.
Like they released for free to let people play it.
Yeah. And like training for like.
They let it out to the public.
Yeah.
I think so.
It was at IDSEC. The weird story is that while I was working for Electronic Arts, the Tiburon studio that does Madden was in Orlando, and one of our connections at Tiburon got us into IDSEC, which is this military conference. And so I've actually seen all this like military contracting world before while at EA, and so it's really coming like full circle.
That's
it's fun because it's like really hardcore, development. It's really similar to game development, like really similar, and it's just taken to this whole different level. And I really like it because it's literally for a specific audience.
Right.
So when I said I went and met with those guys, it was to work out how stuff is going to work in here. You know what I mean? It's like when you bring the optic up to your eye, do you want it to just be like you're looking through it, or do you want it to take up your whole, you know what I mean, VR like stuff, you know, and like really specific things on like how all this stuff operates, right?
Yeah.
And like for example, they shoot those smoke grenade things out of 40 mic is what
the
they call it.
203s,
yeah, the 203. They said they have a 203 and they shoot the smoke, and I was like, well, in VR, you're not going to have any idea where that's going to hit. You know what I mean? I was like, you want us to give like you a little arc, you know, kind of a thing? And they were like, too video gaming, you know, like no arc. And they were like, you know, like give us the sighting thing that we would really have. In the real world, it's just like we do our best, you know what I mean? Like anyway. And then we use it as a talking point. And they're like, see the smoke? It's 50 yards from there. And it's not a precision targeting, you know, thing.
Not at all.
And so I'm learning like all this stuff, like as we do it, you know, it's like some things are like really precision and like, you know, laser and like, you know, operate in this really particular way. And then other stuff, they're like, yeah, we don't give a crap about that. We don't give a crap about that. And, you know, it's really interesting. And like one of the most fun things that we're doing right now is I think somewhere on there's like kind of a bad picture of like the notebook that we're implementing. Oh, there's actually a video. If you see Notebook 001, July 18th, so this is old, right? So this is over a month old. This is now like super awesome, and you have a 3D pen and all this stuff. But this is what we're using. This is their notebook in VR.
My rural Kansas internet is not a fan of this.
In VR, oh, Dropbox is terrible about loading video.
It's kind of working. There we go.
You can see it.
That's great. That's awesome.
They hold this right in VR, and then they just work it like their regular notebook.
Right.
And the version you're seeing, it's just kind of like planted out there in space. Yeah. And so like we're not tracking it yet, basically, but it's eventually going to be tracked by the VR, you know. And so if you want to like put it down on your knee and kneel down, you can do that, you know. And so like this is like one of their main controllers. And then guess what? You like push a button. It has hard buttons over here on the side. You push a button, and it can turn into an Android tablet and be an ATAC, you know. And so now they have a tablet computer, and crazy. They can see their guys, draw lines, get distances, you know, and use this touch surface as an Android tablet also. And so it's like really, really, really fun stuff.
That's not what about all right, two quick questions based on this is one, if I didn't just forget one of them, but for one, in 10 years or whatever time, you know, within the next 10 years, do we see a VR? Is the future of gaming realistic like VR? Like am I going to be playing an immersive VR Battlefield in 10 years, do you think?
Yeah, I don't know, because like we could already deliver like a certain level, you know, of immersion with the equipment that we've got, right? And monitors just getting better, and HDR and all that stuff. And no matter how you slice it, VR is a very isolating, you know, experience.
Yeah.
And I don't care what you're saying. In the military, this doesn't matter, but in real life and commercial land, they're not that comfortable to wear for like a long period of time. You know what I mean? Even if the world that you're in is like really engaging and stuff like that, you have to be like.
Look at what was the I can't remember the books. Shit, they did the movie Ready Player One, right?
Oh yeah.
Is that like the future eventually down the road, like stuff like that, where you have like your home set up in your house and stuff, right?
I think it'll be part of it. I mean, it's just like it'll play a part, right?
Yeah.
And I will say that I don't get the Meta Facebook, you know, metaverse pitch.
I don't get it either.
I don't get it. I want to go on record as saying
way over my head.
And I short their stock. You know what I mean? Like I don't get it. And
Past
know who they're talking
performance
about
is
it.
not indicative of future results. This is not
Yeah.
financial advice.
it is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I would absolutely never tell people what securities to buy, but I don't get it.
Likewise.
Yeah, I don't
think
get
a
it.
lot of
same.
people do.
I don't get it. And if there's one thing I know from gaming is like you got to make people want to be there. Remember, like the World of Harry Potter thing, like
Right.
you gotta make it engaging. You know what I mean? And like the stuff that they're playing with, these are not professional game developers. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they're trying to do stuff on headset, which is like the power of a cell phone, and like, it's just a lot of different variables where I don't see it, like I don't see it. And, the user's not going to understand, right? Like, eventually these tethered headsets are going to get to beaming, more, where there's no big HDMI or DisplayPort wire going to a big computer, but there is a big computer, and it's got like dual NVIDIA cards in it or something like that. And it just beams you the pixels, wherever you are or whatever. Like that's going to make VR just go like kind of off the map, right? It's hard. I mean, there's a lot of pixels in
I
VR.
can imagine.
You got to do 2 eyeballs, you know what I mean? It's no joke stereo, and we're locked 90. And so like that's underneath 11 milliseconds. And so that's like a budget I've never ever even dealt with before. And we got to render 2 views, and we got to render this number of pixels. You know what I mean? Like they're really high res. And so even with the top machine with the most, like I'm not going to say the specs, but the most you could imagine in a PC, it's really challenging to get this like level of fidelity in VR.
Yeah, because I mean, it hasn't been even close, and I mean, you see a lot of the VR games. No offense, because like you're telling me how hard it is, but the graphic fidelity of VR is way less than like your standard game, and less than the examples you're showing.
That's part of like what we're like kind of just really excited about like going and showing this at a conference, in front of a lot of people at IDSEC, which is a lot of eyeballs, right? And from all different parts of the military, guests from other or NATO, lots of people are going to be there. And we're kind of excited to show something that hasn't been really seen before in VR in a military sim. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like showing, like, who would expect that would be the first place it would show up?
I would.
And I'm not saying that like a studio couldn't get behind VR and do AAA level stuff in VR. It's the same stuff. There's just nobody's seen a reason to do it yet. You know what I mean? Nobody's seen a reason to plop down $60 million or $80 million to make a VR like this, right? Nobody's seen a reason to do it. And we have a reason to do it. Like the military will buy these things for what we're asking for them, right? Because of the value that they deliver in training, and there are other options that $2 dome. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
So like,
it's so efficient.
There's not a lot of competition, and like the business plan is just so like compelling, right? Like. If you can get this Pelican case to the operator, they can get their hours. I watched it happen. So the place where we were, which was was a live range, and they were doing some currency. So like guys go out there on the range, they do some live fire drills, they get their currency, right? They have to stay current every 6 months. And a guy came back to the place we were staying, and like slammed the door, and he's like, my effing run didn't count because of some technicality, not because of like something he did wrong or some safety violation or something like that. Just some stupid, thing with the way that the mission was set up, or I don't know what went wrong. Something went wrong and his run didn't count. And this is real aircraft with real munitions and stuff like that. So there's not like do-overs or anything. You know what I mean? Like this is like, it's a big deal to like actually go out and do live fire. And so he just got sent back, and he was just like, I got to get him in the sim. And it was really cool. I got to see him sit down in our product, which was like set up on a table there. And I got to watch a guy that is like a really senior JTAC put him through like a really hairy drill using our sim, and it was an absolute blast to watch. And I have it all on iPhone. It's really, really cool.
That's
really,
super
really
cool.
neat to watch it actually in action. So it's like a role playing game. So there's like there's two halves to it. There's the JTAC that's in there that has the headset on, and then there's the instructor who has like more of like a standard, 3 monitor view of things, and he can see what the JTAC sees, and he can also see like top down views of the map, and he can spawn enemy stuff, and he can control a lot of things, and he can also see where the guy has his aircraft holding, how his stack is set up, so the instructor's seeing a lot of this, and they're kind of playing like Dungeon Master, you know what I mean? Like they can throw weird things in there, like weird things, like you could be in the middle of a mission and all of a sudden an aircraft enters your stack, like enters your airspace, and it's like, hey, I'm just passing through, and the JTAC has to deal with that.
Yeah.
Like, this is a live operation, turn around, 180, and he has to direct them out of there, and like they can make it pretty intense. And when you apply that instructor, you know what I mean? Like, think of just military instruction. Just if you use your imagination, you can imagine what it sounds like, right? It's the typical military instruction type stuff delivered to you while you're in VR, with the sound of helicopters and, ambient sounds, and it's night and it's raining and you only see tracer fire, like on your nods, and they do limited visibility, and like
that's so cool.
That's crazy.
It's a realistic shooter fan's wet dream, is what it is.
It really is.
Probably,
yeah, it really is. If we can figure out a good way to move around, you know what I mean? It's like, that's one thing that really works about JTAC, is that a lot of this training works while just being in one place. You know what I mean? It's like
right.
your radio, your notebook, your computer on a hill. You can do everything you need to do. You know what I mean? You don't need to draw on anybody. You don't need to, like, that's not part of the training, know?
Right.
So you can do everything from one spot, which makes this like all like really, really like perfect, right? But there's other ones too that work in one spot, like just general like air traffic control. Like I know it sounds boring, but like that also works really well in VR. You reproduce everything that they see, you reproduce all the radar screens, and then you just start giving them traffic, you know what I mean? And you do voice recognition, because it's so standard. Like they use standard phraseology, you know what I mean? Like they don't just talk in English, right? It's like standard phraseology. And so it's really, really simple to like recognize what the pilot's saying and actually say the right thing. They request clearance and you give it back and have an AI do all that. You don't need a role player.
Yeah.
And so, cool. We're looking at a kind of an air traffic control version of it. That's also. Awesome. And it is like super fun stuff. When you said it is like a first person shooter, sim, wet dream or whatever. Yeah. It's a rendering engineer from the gaming world dream, you know what I mean? Like, this is like kind of like what I do best, which is like a fixed hardware platform. Like, none of these are different. They all have the exact same video card. They all, you know what I mean? Every single one of them is configured the exact same way, And
she ain't running on a 1080.
And we don't upgrade like a few of them, you know what I mean? Like if some new card came out or something like that, we wouldn't upgrade a few. If we did anything, we'd change them all. You know what I mean? Like that's how we would do it. And so we treat it like a console, right? And it's a console that we design, which I've never gotten the chance to do. And imagine you had the ability to do that, like spec out a PC at whatever budget you want to be like, like the ultimate rig for delivering the kind of experience you want, And that's the other hard part, is that like, and to be able to actually, if I gave you a build of this and you had the HP, headset to run it, you need a beast to, you know what I mean? Like, Origin PC needed to ship you something like really, really heavy, And so it sounds like a hairdryer when it runs, and you know what I mean? Like, we got to keep track of like temperatures, and like it's everything's like to the max on it. And from a interactive entertainment point of view, kind of what I was saying is like we have the opportunity to like sit with our audience. You know what I mean? Like we're only doing it for like
it's just
a
limited.
couple thousand dudes, you know, and they all want the same thing. And so we talk to like 50 of them, and we get a really good idea. Then we go implement it. Then we take it right back to them, and we're like, hey, is this what you wanted? You know, like so the whole like design
goes back to your analogy earlier. Is
it's all
is the
different.
dinner we're making for this table, right?
Yeah, it's all based on feedback.
Mhm.
Like it's like
Yeah.
it's really hard when you're like when you've got like a couple million, you know, people trying to give you, you know, you come in this direction. But like when we're tailoring something for like not only you know, a certain population, but a small population, right, within the military, we can really do a ton of this where it's almost joint developed. You know, like they're almost like mini producers and stuff on the project. You know, like they will sit down and tell you exactly how stuff has to work. You know, but yeah,
I'm sure.
That's awesome.
And they have no problem saying like this doesn't work right. This has to like, you know, you do this, you do this, you do this, you do this. And the cool part about it is like from an engineering point of view, from a design point of view, from a creative point of view, all that matters is the stuff like works exactly right. You know what I mean? It's like when you pick up one of those little, the dagger, which has a bunch of buttons on it, that it does exactly what the manual says it does. You know what I mean? Like, it has all the same menus, it has all the same stuff. It, you know, it does exactly the same thing. You know, like that's
1-to-1. Yep.
The 1-to-1 is like the standard. And then the place that we get to be a little bit creative is in the way everything looks. You know, like that's the one place where we get a little bit of latitude, you know, and they're cool with it. They don't like comment about it. They don't say like, whoa, it looks like Call of Duty, or you know what I mean? Like they don't say anything about the graphics, but they enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like they really enjoy it a lot. Yeah. I mean, because they're just like your average gamer, you know, like if you saw the room of guys, you know what I mean? Like they're the same age,
demographic,
they're the same background, they're the same, you know, it's like, and so it really hits them like in a sweet spot. They're all at the right age and everything and stuff. And like, you know, 5 years ago, they all might've been like, what the hell is VR? No, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like right there where they're like, yeah, this is exactly what we need. And so, yeah, so we're having an absolute blast with it. It is like,
man, it sounds right up your alley.
I can't wait to see more of it for sure.
Yeah.
So, follow you on Twitter because you're posting some cool stuff.
Yeah. If you haven't shown it already, it's just at Jim Hejl.
Yeah, the link is in the description. The link is in the show notes. I showed it at the beginning too, your Twitter profile, but definitely check it out.
This is like the, if you're at all interested in the, you know, like the if you're interested in the EA level stuff, you're never gonna see anything ever. If you're interested in like the military, you know, stuff and the progression and what we're doing and stuff like that, all of it that I'm able to share, I will share, right? So anything that doesn't violate anything and is just like, you know, cleared that we can show you, I'm going to show all of it. And I'll do things like show behind the scenes and stuff like that. And in this world, I control everything. You know what I mean? So like, I don't have like a publisher or a comms person or a PR person or anybody saying like, no, you can't show how it's all made. You know what I mean? Like,
so
we can totally do that.
There's his Twitter profile. Awesome. I put the link in chat. The link's in all the notes all across. But if you want to keep up on development of this, it's been posting some really cool pictures. So yeah, man, I think that's an episode, dude.
Thanks for staying up so late.
4 hours. No worries, man.
That was a blast.
Oh my God, it's a new record.
It's gotta be.
That was awesome.
It's gotta be a record. I learned so much, man. And it's like I built my YouTube channel on Battlefield 2042. Like the lead up to it, my channel grew great. It was awesome. And then the game came out, and like I've learned tonight, I just didn't really like those, you know, initial design decisions. So I kind of had to pivot. The show was kind of born out of that. But this kind of like put a closure on it for me almost, because I've been so frustrated with it. Like this, I mean, it wraps my head around kind of what happened, like, and why I feel the way I do, and a lot of people too. I hope I hope it puts some perspective on that, and people can kind of understand a lot of the gripes that we have, where they come from, and like just how much hard work so many people put into this game to get it to where it is. And I don't know, man. I can't thank you enough. I learned so much, and the stuff you're working on now is so badass. And
Yeah, that's so cool.
the fact that you would take this much time out of your day to come on our shitty little show is just speaks a lot to your character, and I appreciate it so much. So thank you.
No,
Man.
I mean, I said it at the beginning, but like you and your audience are you know, a really, really small percentage of the people that we're talking to or making
Right.
games for or whatever, you know. And it's both of you guys, but you're representative of your audience too, you know. And it's literally for you guys that I want to talk about this stuff. And I would never have any interest in going on like some really big podcast and trying to do something that was interesting to the general public. No interest at all, ever. You know what I mean? Never. And I want to talk about, like, you know, the weeds of the realities of game development, and why it's such a, you know, like, hard nut to crack, and how complicated it is to design these things, execute on them, and then deliver them for an audience. You know, it's
If
like
any, it's so
it's a
crazy.
weird world. And yeah, thanks for spending the time.
Dude, thank you.
All the standard disclosures. I don't speak for EA. I don't work for EA. I said it 1,000 times that, you know, I was on a strike team on Battlefield. That was my only perspective. I didn't do any work on, you know, their sprints, or like the guys that are actually down there with the nail guns, you know, putting this thing together and stuff like that. So I have some visibility on it, and I think most of what we talked about is just like kind of general game development, but general game development applies to everything, right? And so yeah, and I hope it gives you a better understanding of like just how you consume games in the future, always. You know what I mean? And just elevate the conversation. You know what I mean? Talk about it in terms of like, I wonder why they made this design decision. I wonder why this technical implementation fell short. I think the design was right. I think the technical part fell short. That happens too. You know what I mean? Start to just, like, you know, level up, you know, the way you talk about development and stuff like that, because it's no fault to you guys. It's an opaque world. You know what I mean?
It's hard to get any insight to. That's why I appreciate it.
There's all this noise because nobody can actually see anything, you know. And so you know, it's just up to you guys to start leveling up the conversation. And then you know, the people that are out there that are you know, kind of talking about it with less distinctions than you guys have, you know, that'll stick out, and it'll make your content better. So
cool.
Use the language, and, you know, remember like all the stuff that goes into it. And so like when you're looking at a game, you know, look at it from all these different, you know, like vantage points. And for those of you who are interested in that bit of procedural stuff, just a reminder that the GDC presentation on Wildlands.
Yeah.
I didn't say it wrong.
You got it.
The GDC present. Let me make sure it's GDC before I hang up on you guys, because it's at a conference. I just want to make sure I got it right. GDC Wild.
Ghost Recon Wildlands Terrain and Terrain Tools and Technology.
That's it.
Cool.
Yeah,
yep,
GDC
that's
Vault.
it.
Yeah. It's an hour long. GDC Vault. You that's probably the best place to stream it if you have a choice on where you stream. It's a few years old, so it's just this is 2017, but everything you're seeing is like might as well be yesterday, right? This is all like super state of the art. Everything that they're showing, it's really digestible. You will have no problem watching it. It doesn't get horrifically technical, and it's really, really, really cool.
That's cool.
And even to a developer that's been doing this for a really long time, it's just like, damn,
that's awesome.
That's impressive. So watch it if
Definitely.
God, if 4 hours wasn't enough, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if you guys need more, you crazy son of a bitches, there you go.
1 more hour, go watch it. All right, guys, I really do gotta admit,
right.
it's great being here. If
Absolutely.
you need feature guests, I'll send them your way. I know people at every studio, everywhere, and so if you have a specific title or something like that you have in mind, just hit me up.
Yeah, man. If you know anybody that wants to talk about and kind of tell their story, however, if they want to do it, even if they want to do it anonymously, we have the tools to do that. If they're worried about like internet reactions and stuff like that.
No, I got some people that'll come on. It's not for every developer, but I think I know a few that'll show up. And especially ones that had like a really big game career and then are now doing something else, which is kind of like my category. Right. You know what I mean? Like, and that's probably like the best place to go because you're gonna get the most candid stuff.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I mean? And I'll find you some people. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, no worries,
I'll
man.
find it.
No worries. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Some good stuff. All right, guys. It was a great one, and good night.
Yep. See you, man.
Thank you very much, brother.
He's out. Whew, that was awesome. All right, we're gonna play, I guess, the outro. Are you all right over there, Buff?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
That was wild, dude.
That was an awesome show. That is easily the record, yeah. But we got a lot of information there. Like the stuff I thought was, I mean, all of it was interesting, but I think it really added a lot of perspective to just the Battlefield 2042's development. I mean, I would encourage everybody to just look up like the Agile methodology for project management and how that works. And then, what we talked about, just kind of imagine all of that going on with all of these different teams, basically on a 24/7 rotation across different development studios in different countries and locations. So you have 24-hour development going on, then COVID, work from home. Talk about just like the perfect storm of everything kind of like going wrong in a sense. I mean, that vision, I think what we agree on, Crash, is the vision that was initially laid out was not what any long-term Battlefield fan would have wanted regardless. But the vision they did lay out, the scope of that vision never changed. The game definitely should have been delayed a year or two. And right now with the season 2 trailer, which I'm sure we'll get into probably more so next week and dissect that in season 2 thoughts, like what I'm seeing with the season 2 trailer, I mean, that's showing off what I would assume would be kind of closer what they wanted the game to be like at launch, at least. So, I mean, we knew all this, but it really adds a lot better understanding to everything. Yeah, I get it now.
It put it all together, and it sounds like that management style, that overall management style you're talking about, which I just first time learned of tonight. So cool. Is like really susceptible to something like COVID and people not being able to collaborate in real time. Sorry, I drank a lot of whiskey.
Yeah, no. I mean, especially with like game development, right? Because I mean, like in the space, we did it fine. We were from home, but it's like, I mean, that's development stuff too, where I am outside of YouTube. But game development is also a different animal too, and
sounds
something with at that scale. Also, I mean, you need to be collaborating, and it just perfect storm, unfortunately.
All right, guys, thank you so much. All the links are down below. You guys know the drill. This will go up on the VOD channel. I don't know what the hell we're gonna do with clips. There's so much content here.
There's society. Don't even talk about it now. I can't even think about it.
Yeah, I can't even think about it, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I just learned so much. I hope you guys did too. Can't thank Jim enough for coming on, taking time. I mean, he's working on insane stuff, and he took 4 hours out of his day to help teach us about game development and about what went on with Battlefield 2042. Just thank you to everybody. appreciate everything, and hopefully we'll catch you guys next week. Next week will more than likely be more of a news oriented kind of news and reactions like we usually do, unless something crazy comes up. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Buff. I really appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Have a great night. Hope everyone enjoyed the show, and talk to you guys next week.
All right, see you.